Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Board of Education. It's called to order at 4:02 p.m. in open session. Tonight, we do not have requests addressing closed session items. We will now adjourn to closed session, where we will return to open session at approximately 5:30 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We had a lot of questions. Tonight's meeting of the Board of Education was called to order at 4:02 p.m. in open session, and the board then adjourned to closed session at 4:02 p.m. We will now reconvene the meeting in open session at 5:51.
The topics discussed in closed session were student matters, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, pending litigation, anticipated litigation, and labor negotiations. No action was taken in closed session.
Replacement pages for agenda items 10.3.1.2, 10.3.1.3, and 10.3.2.2 are on the back table. Non-agenda items. Tonight, we have requests for public comments. While meetings of the governing board are not public meetings, they are open to the public. Individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item, and the board will limit the total time for public input on each item to 21 minutes per board bylaw 9322.2. So could you please have Dr. Kirsten Robinson come to the podium?
I filled out 2 cards. Am I supposed to speak on both or one at a time?
You will be given 3 minutes for each one.
Do you want me to do them consecutively?
Yes, one after the other, but once the time is up for the first one, then we can restart the time for the
Okay,
second.
great. All right. Thank you, board, superintendent, cabinet, for the opportunity to address the board tonight. I'd like to present a concern that we as a union hold. Thank you. And I'm speaking on behalf of the teachers union as both an ambassador and an advocate for our members and for issues. It's something that we've seen recur, and so we feel that it's time to put someone in place that kind of stands up to speak and address things that are concerns. When you were in closed session, one of the things that you addressed was dismissal of employees or accepting resignations and retirements. And for us as a union, one of our concerns is the manner with which some of our members, current and could have been future members, leave our district. In our district, our employees, our teachers are allowed to have 1 or 2 years where they can be let go without cause. But the reality is, we are facing a teacher shortage in this state, and while it isn't here happening today, it's going to happen in a year, 2, 3, where we're going to have a very difficult time getting qualified people. And for a long period of time, what our district has had is a practice of how they vet people. But they don't have policies, procedures, and protocols. And it's not just with looking at our employment, it's with a lot of other things. And so practice is whatever anybody did, everybody can do. And that's problematic for us because we looked at some of the people who tenured resignations, and they are highly qualified people with master's degrees in administration, with full credentials. And we have had people in special ed, in dual immersion. These should be protected classes of teachers. And our concern is we don't want teachers that aren't good any more than the district does. But our concern is who decides what good looks like. The first 2 years, it's really my personal opinion. If I like you, you can stay, and if I don't, you can go. Because right now, there is no protocol. So what we'd like the board to do is task the district with the responsibility of setting up some criteria. You know, I don't go into my classroom and teach and then say, well, my kids got it, yay them. I'm giving them tests. I'm looking at data. There's some kind of metric to measure whether my kids got it or not. That should be in place for our employees too, because we shouldn't be letting really good people go because maybe somebody doesn't care for them. We also have new administrators they need some help and support in knowing what good looks like and what it doesn't look like. Teachers can be non-reelected, so can administrators, and they're given the opportunity to resign because that doesn't mar their future. But a lot of districts now say, were you non-reelected? Did you sign something? You have to check a box. People who went through an entire program might never get a job again after they've dedicated themselves to kids and to our district. And before we dispose of some people who might actually be really good for our profession, I'd like us to have a better vetting process. What determines what a good teacher looks like? Nobody's good when they start. They're good enough. No administrator's good when they start. They're good enough. So I'd like us to have a process, procedure, and protocol put in place.
3 minutes on the clock, please. Dr. Kirsten Robinson.
Thank you. The second thing I'd like to address is I appreciate that the board is finally looking at school lunches. As a teacher and as a parent of students who have matriculated through this district, I have been appalled by what I've seen. When I started in this district 23 years ago, I could eat in the cafeteria. In fact, it was wonderful to do so. I'd walk in and it was as good or better than going off my campus to buy food. Now, I wouldn't eat food if I was hungry on my campus for the most part. The reality is our kids, many of our kids, are food compromised. They have food insecurity, and I teach in a South End school. So the South End school is pretty much working class families. But our kids, even of our working class families, and our kids who are getting assistance, a lot of times they don't necessarily have food that enables their brains to work in my classroom. So we maybe shouldn't have the responsibility of feeding kids, but we do have the responsibility of educating them. And our state has given us the opportunity to require us to feed all the children. So clearly there's a connection between what children eat and what they can do and how they can process information. So I really would like the board to very clearly and carefully look at what they're putting on the plates of children. When the styrofoam container that the food comes on looks more appealing and appetizing than the food that's sitting on it, that's a concern. And I've seen pictures over and over, and oftentimes I don't think that's what's showing up in my school. And what I want to be very clear to say is that this is not about my classified staff who's serving it. They don't have a say in what they're serving. They put it on a plate. And it's gotten better and better and better. But some of our children don't get any food except the food that we give them. And so the food that we give them should be nourishing food. It should be food that not just fills their body, but empowers their brain to work. And when we are putting a lot of stuff in packages, how does that work? Like an apple that lasts for a week? My apples don't last for a week when I cut them, but when they're in packages, they fall under the table, and a week later, they still look like they did a week prior. Those are concerns for our kids. It's not enough just to put some food on a plate in front of them. We need to put food that helps them. Our goal is to educate them and put them out into the world. And what we put in their bodies right now is going to determine the kind of human beings they are later. So I'd like us to look with some foresight of where we're taking them. And I would like to ask you, instead of having whatever the district serves you, why don't we serve you school lunches every single time? And if you would eat those school lunches, then let's give them to our kids. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful or rude. But the reality is, if we as staff wouldn't eat it, why would you put it in the mouths and the bellies of our children?
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Our next speaker will be Maren Foote.
Good evening, Board of Education, President Garza and Dr. Rari and Cabinet. Several months ago, I was here concerned about earning a salary at a 20% discount. And every month I wanted to come back and say thank you. And I was overjoyed. I wept, and I didn't realize I was going to weep, but it was such a great appreciation. So thank you again for your hard work, for finding the money to make it happen. But I'm also grateful that I didn't have to do a walk-in, that I had to stand on the corner with the sign, that I had to be here every night expecting it. That's where my true gratitude is, that we didn't have to go to that exhaustion level again. So thank you. I'm excited about all the things that are happening, that we continue to do, keeping that momentum going. And I leave you with that. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Foote. Do we have any amendments to this evening's agenda?
No amendments.
Do I have a motion to approve the amendments to the agenda? So do I have a motion to approve the amendments to?
So moved.
Second.
Roll
Point
call,
of
please.
order, we don't have any
actually,
amendments this evening?
Sorry, my fault. That's what they're saying. So we're going to go on to the flag salute. Ms. Carrie McDaniel will be leading us in the flag salute tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Can I have you please stand? Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. And now we will have the inspirational message from Mayfair High School counselor, Ms. Maria Contreras, and Ana Sofia Yepes Torres. Please come forward and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Oh, good evening, everyone. Still a little tired. My name is Ana Sofia Yepes. I am the middle school SEL counselor at Mayfair Middle High School. I have the pleasure of being one of the two counselors that run the Wellness Center, so alongside Maria Contreras, who couldn't be with us today. This week, we celebrate student mental health, so green ribbons, if you're wondering why we're wearing them, that is why. Student Mental Health Week is a way that we honor our students' social and emotional needs. Yesterday at Mayfair, we hosted our Mental Health Fest, where we partnered up with Caring Connections and two of our on-campus mental health agencies, where we were able to connect with students. We shared resources, we had music, we had games, but most importantly, we were able to uplift their mental health. This morning, I was met by a 7th grade student in the Wellness Center. She shared with me that she's been struggling for a couple months now, but wasn't feeling brave enough to reach out for help. She knew there was support on campus, but she thought it was a little scary to reach out. She shared that she went to our mental health fest and realized that I'm not that scary. And she shared with me that she felt seen, she felt heard, and she felt ready to ask for help. To me, that was a reminder and validated the hard work of all of our educators and what we do. She shared with me that through the mental health fest, she learned some resources, some coping skills, and knew how to reach out. I share with this because oftentimes as educators, we're tired, we're exhausted, we have days without lunch, right? Hearing her story and the hard work that we put in reminded me why we do the work that we do. Our work matters, our students matter. So I leave you with one of my favorite quotes from Dr. Maya Angelou. At the end of the day, people won't remember what you said or did, they will remember how you made them feel. That student left our Wellness Center today feeling validated, ready to take on the rest of the school year. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Yepes. Words to live by. So let's go on to our bulletin board. Mayfair Middle High School Principal Sean Diaz will share highlights of this month's bulletin board. Welcome, Mr. Diaz.
Glasses. Gotta have them. All right, so first of all, thank you, President Garza, members of the school board, Dr. Drati, district colleagues, and all those in attendance. It is truly always when I get a chance to come and speak, it's an honor to speak on the behalf of Mayfair. I also want to thank the BUSD and the Board of Education, our MOT department, and the bond committee for the work they did to make our STEAM building a reality. You laid the foundation, built an amazing place to teach and learn, and now our students and staff are going to breathe life into that new building at the beginning of next year. And we are so thankful and grateful for the work that's been done to get us to this spot. Community, staff, alumni, students, please join us on Monday, May 15th, which is this coming Monday at 5:30 for our ribbon cutting and building dedication ceremony. Wanted to make sure I shared that with you all. So, I want to talk to you about our board tonight. As I've said since February 14th of last year, I'm the proud principal of Mayfair. I said that the day I got there, and as we enter this new phase in the history of Mayfair, I can assure you that I remain the proud principal of what our team has accomplished, what our students have accomplished, and ultimately our future. To that point, I want to officially share with you our focus and theme of the 2023-24 school year, which is full steam ahead. Obviously, the parallels with our new building are clear, but what is ultimately, sorry, my thing is messing up here. There we go. We have been able to stay full steam ahead and on course because we've been navigating the challenges of being a school and a construction site simultaneously. We had a successful accreditation in November. These are both amazing accomplishments, but what I am truly most excited about is the work that our staff and students have dedicated themselves to, the work of reflection, the work of looking at what we do, how we do it, and how that impacts students. We have had to evolve, adjust, and change to meet this challenge. Change is inevitable, and I know it's not easy for many people, but our staff has embraced the change, and I'm so proud of them. Our board highlights the theme and the work of many people. As you can see, one of the biggest shifts for us, and it's at the bottom third of the board, is that we are having an adjustment of our bell schedule. And our bell schedule is a significant change in practice for the way that we have done things at Mayfair for many, many years. Yet our staff responded favorably with an 80% approval of our new schedule. I could hardly get 80% of you in this room to agree on anything. We had a bell schedule team. For those people that served on that bell schedule team, got up early, sometimes every week for the last 14 months, I would like them to stand and be recognized because they really worked hard to put this together. So if you are in attendance, please stand up. That team was made up of students, some students not represented today, but staff, teachers, counselors, administrators, and we involved our parents as well and kept them updated in the process of this change. Lastly, what I want to talk about, as any good building you see there, the building picture of our staff in front of the building, our building had to have a solid blueprints. The blueprints highlight the how and the what we must do to make sure that our students and staff are successful. The blueprints for the building are there. What is on the right is our theory of action. That's our Mayfair's blueprint for success. The blueprints, again, speak to the how and the what we must do to make certain that our students are college and career ready and that we are truly building futures at Mayfair. As I conclude tonight, I want to say thank you first to Lizzie Farah for the work that she's done, as this is her last board presentation. So thank you, Lizzie. You've done an amazing job. I want to thank Maribel Hernandez and Ana Sofia Yepes Torres, who you heard from earlier today, for helping bring this board to life. Lastly, as most of you know, I rarely fail to mention the importance of my guiding principle of leadership, which is to be water. Find a way to support students and staff. You're going to hear me say it every time I talk. It's so crucial and critical to our mission. So Mayfair family, students, community, get on board, be water, find a way, full steam ahead. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. We have student representatives. And representing Bellflower High School is Bianca Aguilar. Welcome, Bianca.
Okay, so good evening, President Garza, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Durati, council, and everyone else in attendance. My name is Bianca Aguilar, and I think that's the final time I will be saying it. And I'm here to represent Bellflower High School. And thank you again for letting me have this opportunity throughout the year for the school year of 2022-2023 for letting me be the board representative. I really appreciate it. And from the first slide, as you can see all of our ASB and some other students united as one against our number background. And I just thought that that photo would have been very significant since the year is ending. And of course, one of the big things that I wanted to talk about was our prom. As you can see here, we have our top 5 candidates for boys and girls. We have our prom king and queen, Giselle Ruiz and Salvador Diaz, who were amazing. As you can see, you can also see on there the White House that we went to. We got a lot of great feedback, and we had a lot of people turn out with the masquerade, matching the masquerade theme. It was a great turnout. A lot of people had fun, and it was just a great event overall. Next slide, please. Some upcoming events or some senior events that we're having. We're having our senior bonfire, which will be on Tuesday, May, I believe, 30th at the Bosta Chica Beach, and everybody is very excited for that. We did our senior sunrise where we rise together, and then, of course, we end it all together, and it's very amazing and very great. And then we also have our senior picnic, which is Friday, May 26th, where we will just be able to hang out and just spend time with our fellow peers and just have another moment where we're all together and we can all share some wonderful memories. We also have our decision day, which is tomorrow, where we announce where we are going to. It's very exciting, and we cannot wait to see where everybody is going. Also on our Instagram, we have been posting the seniors where they are going and where they have decided to attend. And then we also have grad night, which will be next week, Friday the 19th, and everybody is very excited. Next slide, please. And of course, we have our graduation ceremony for the class of 2023, which will be on May 31st. It's a Wednesday, which is interesting, but nonetheless, we are all very excited. And I mean, hey, it's earlier, so I mean, we're graduating, and we're just really excited to, go to college and get on. And then next slide. And then, of course, is where you can stay connected with Bellflower Middle and High School. And thank you again so much. And I apologize for being late today, especially to the last one. But thank you again for letting me talk and letting me speak on behalf of Bellflower Middle and High School. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening, and I hope you guys are all safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your report. Representing Mayfair High School, Lizzie Farah. Welcome, Lizzie.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Jody, and those in attendance. Before starting the presentation at all, I didn't realize how many teachers would be in attendance, so I just wanted to give a huge shout out and thank you because it is Teachers Appreciation Week. So for all you teachers out there, you guys are amazing. You come ready to teach, have the materials, lessons ready, so school wouldn't be the same without you guys. So just thank you to all of you guys. Happy Teachers Appreciation Week. Moving forward with my presentation, this is my final and last one, so I'm sad to say that this is coming to an end, not just for the final board report, but for the school year overall. And I think when things come to an end, there's always a correlation of sadness with it, because when things end, there's no longer going back, and it's final. But I wanted to take that and interpret it in another way and choose to focus on celebration. So for my final board report, I chose to celebrate all of Mayfair's accomplishments this year, whether it be our 8th graders that are promoting to high school, whether it be our 6th graders who are going into Mayfair brand new, the STEAM building grand opening on Monday that is gonna open doors physically and metaphorically for students who are gonna finally get the opportunity to have access to the newest technology, brand new classrooms, and overall sustainable environment that students will get an impact that will set them up for a great future, like Mr. Diaz said before. So I'm just super proud to call Mayfair my school that I will be graduating from as the class of 2023. So I made a little certificate to celebrate all of our amazing accomplishments. We can move forward to the next slide, please. This slide took a little time to make, and I wanted to give a thank you to Miss Elaine from the school district for helping me gather these photos. These photos were taken 12 years ago of our senior class back in first grade from all of our elementary schools in our district. So we have Lindstrom, we have Jefferson, Ramona, ILC, and Foster. Just, it's so nostalgic to see. I showed some of my peers these photos and they got emotional as well, because we realize that we've come so far and it's ending in a few short weeks, and realizing that we've grown up with people for the past 12 years and we'll each go our individual paths to an amazing future that I know that everyone will have. So it was a little emotional making this, but I'm happy I got to put it together and kind of show all of our seniors 12 years ago. And it's not even the best part. If you move to the next slide, please. I went ahead and took our senior pictures to kind of show how far along we've come as seniors. We really only had 2 real years of high school, but we managed to accomplish so much within that time frame. We've managed to make so many memories, and we're ready, and I feel Mayfair has prepared me more than enough to have an amazing future. So I'm so excited to be graduating from this high school. We can move forward to the next slide, please. This I made with the help of all of my senior class. I asked them to submit photos and videos of their favorite memories of senior year, and I wanted to put together a little collage because we've honestly made memories that will be with us and last a lifetime in our hearts and our minds. So I'm happy and grateful to be graduating with such amazing people who have, once again, wonderful futures ahead of them. And I am so happy to add additionally that our school organized a HBCU college trip. Shout out to Miss Walker, one of our amazing high school counselors. She organized that and took our seniors and got a tour firsthand and see all these HBCU schools. And we had about 4 or 5 got accepted, committed there or after the trip. So we have our school preparing us for such a wonderful future and building us for success, and we're ready. We're ready to move forward. So it's almost hard not to celebrate everything that we've moved forward and prepared to become. And you can go ahead and move to the last slide. Even though there's like so many changes going on in Mayfair and so many amazing things in our near future that we sadly aren't going to be a part of because we are graduating, I'm still always gonna consider Mayfair a second home. And if there's anything I choose to take with me as a reflection from the past 6 years at this school, it's this one final quote: once a monsoon, always a monsoon. Thank you. That concludes my final board report. Have a great summer.
Thank you so much, Ms. Farah. Representing Somerset High School is Emmanuel Moore. Welcome, Emmanuel.
Good evening, President Garza, members of the board, members of the cabinet, and to all of our guests attending this evening. My name is Emmanuel Moore. I am a senior at Somerset High School, and I honestly did not think I was going to be here, though I'm glad I was. It's very nice to see how this was the place that changes most of the things we see in school. And since I will no longer be in school soon, I'd like to say it's very nice to get to see how this school changes most of the fates, and all the other schools, how they change most of the fates of many of the seniors, some who struggled, some who feel like they weren't going to make it. This school really helps, and same way for me. When I came here for the first few months back in 2022, I was not thinking I was going to make it at the time, but through all the hardship and work and through all the teachers who helped throughout all this, it is very nice to see that I was able to make it, and very much so thank the school for everything it's done. Speaking of which, we do have our Teacher Appreciation Week this week, and it was nice to see for all the students that gave to the teachers back to what they gave to them. A very nice thing to see when a lot of teachers don't think they've been appreciated for all the work they've done, along with all the students they've helped. So it's good to see the students show and appreciate everything they've gotten from the teachers. And then as for this, we have all the teachers' names: Jill Adams, Brian Amata, Veronica Avina, Elizabeth Egan, Jill Fisher, Julio Guzman, Mark Johnson, Alex Quebec, Ava Macias, and Ian McKenzie. All these teachers throughout Somerset, whether you were there for a few months or you're there for the whole time. They all helped and all supported us at the best of their ability, either on campus or off. And, also get us backtrack academically. Next slide, please. So yesterday we had our spring award ceremony at Bellflower Civic Center. Students were recognized and honored for their academic performance, attendance, personal achievement, and service to our school and community. The top picture shows the collective group of students being recognized for exceptional attendance. Also, a special congratulations to our scholarship recipients, Jaylene Souza. Sorry if I butcher some of these names. I'm just reading this now. Aislinn Loza, Kamira Maxwell, Mario Cristo Zacarias, Logan Gilcrease, Crandall, Jacqueline Finney, Karen Duque, Nathan Corrales, and Bethany Duvall. These, every year at the Spring Awards, we recognize a staff member who has contributed greatly to Somerset. It is known as the Arlene Emerson Award, and the staff member selected for this award was Counselor Miss Belinda Davila. Congratulations to her. And next slide, please. On May 2nd of 2023, science teacher Mr. Mark Johnson and teacher Mr. Brian Amata took students on a field trip learning experience to Crystal Cove State Park in Newport Harbor. Students were given the opportunity to participate in a real work and scientific monitoring to collect data into the health of the Crystal Cove Marine Conservation Area. On the top right photo, you'll see that students are receiving instruction and demonstration into video fishing. It was very fun. I didn't think a GoPro would go on a fishing line anytime. But we got to see how the wildlife was under us and see all the fishes, which I did not think there was a lot of, but there was many of them down there. So this video fishing allows us to collect data of the fishes, or different species, I should say, in the marine protected area. And unexpectedly, we also did get to see bottlenose dolphins come right up to our boats and swim along with the boats as we're going by. It's a very nice scene. Next slide, please. For our upcoming events, Somerset High School will be presenting a Yuli Ball Prom celebration on Thursday, May 25th at the main events center right here in Bellflower. In addition to a night of dancing and mingling, students will get to enjoy an Italian buffet dinner. Oh, I can't wait. Professional photography, a DJ and desserts, and lastly, graduation for the class of 2023 is Tuesday, May 30th at 7 p.m. at Roy Yarn Stadium. As though once again, I wasn't here for the entire time, but I'm glad I was to see everyone who worked hard to keep this district safe and secure, along with helping students grow. It was nice being here, and as a thank you for listening, and have a wonderful evening. That concludes my board report for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And thank you to everyone for your reports. Each of you have, allowed us to kind of have a peek into a daily life that you lead. And it's important that we hear back from you and how much you've enjoyed these 12 years being here in our school district. So I think I can speak for all of us to say that we will be very sad to see you go, but we are very excited on your next steps in your journey. So we wish you all luck and blessings. At this time, I will welcome you to remain at the balance of our meeting, but I recognize that you might have some other academic obligations that need your attention. So you are free to leave at this time.
Pardon me, President Garza. President Garza, can I please
Yes.
ask that the students remain just so that we can take a picture? Can you all, because you represent it, please, Elaine, could you please take a picture of our student representatives so we can have our archives? Our archives.
Yes, let's go on in the front.
Yeah. One more.
You know what? For the student recognitions, you guys have to be down here anyway. So why don't you guys go ahead and stay down here? And with that, Mr. Assistant Superintendent, Mrs. Bonnie Carter, will do the presentations. And here we go.
This evening, the Board of Education is pleased to recognize Skills USA recipients who qualified for state, regional state medal winners, MESA regional winners, and FCC LA regional and state winners. As students come forward tonight to be recognized, please remain with the board for a picture. After being recognized, we ask that additional photo ops are conducted outside so that we can bring forward the next group of students to be recognized. As there are many of you here tonight, we're looking forward to recognizing you all, and there are great opportunities outside to do those extra photo ops. We're going to start off with, first and foremost, Skills USA advisor Brian Amata from Somerset High School in the CalAPS program. Please come forward. So as I call the students' names, please come forward. Bellflower High School freshmen Darlene Maliquez and Jocelyn Ruiz, and from Las Flores Education Academy sophomore Angelina Sanchez. These students qualified for state in the area of chapter display, where they were required to build a three-dimensional display articulating the Skills USA competition theme, "Our Time is Now." Congratulations, students. And Mr. Amata, thank you for your hard work and dedication with our students. Thank you. Next, we'd like to bring forward Skills USA advisor Victor Palacio from Mayfair High School in the CalAPS program. Tonight, to join Mr. Palacio, if Mayfair High School juniors Andy Marino and David Sedano and senior Eric Zayala could come forward. These students qualified for state in the area of video news production, where they produced an avatar video news skit using what they've learned in esports at Mayfair. Congratulations, and thank you, Victor Palacio, for making sure that our students are successful and for your dedication. Congratulations. Our next advisor that we'll be bringing forward is Skills USA advisor Luis Gonzalez from the CalAPS program. Joining Mr. Gonzalez, High School junior Danielle Morales, senior Carol Ortega, and Mayfair High School junior Carlos Maria Gomez, and sophomore Doralyn Gonzalez Vasquez. Please come forward. These students all qualified for state in the area of firefighting. And with them, I'm going to bring another couple of students up, or one other student up, Bellflower High School junior Alan Chavez Rivera. Alan earned bronze at regional and also qualified for state in the area of firefighting. Congratulations, students. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for your hard work and dedication to our students, and congratulations, students. The next advisor we'll be bringing forward is Skills USA Advisor Fashion San Martin from the CalAPS program. Joining Miss Martin, could Mayfair High School junior Angel Pineda Chavez please come forward? Angel earned gold at regionals in the area of baking and pastry and also qualified for state. Nice job, Angel. We'd like to thank our advisor for her dedication, and thank you so much for being here tonight. The next advisor we'll be bringing forward is Skills USA Advisor Judith Varma from the CalAPS program. Joining Miss Varma, could Bellflower High School freshman Kaylin Vera and Mayfair High School juniors Bethany Soto and Amber Silva please come forward? These students qualified for state in the area of health bowl knowledge, where students competed in a timed test with their teammates against other student groups. Groups move forward based on their speed and accuracy. Congratulations, students, and thank you, Ms. Varma, for your support. The next advisor that we'd like to bring forward is Julio Guzman and Evita Navarro from the CalAPS program. That's okay. We're happy to have you here. Can we have the following students come forward as well? Bellflower High School freshman Julian Luna and Mayfair High School junior Chinwandu Arandi. Both of these students qualified for state in the area of commercial UAS drone fighting. And if we could have joined them, Mayfair High School junior, Mayfair High School senior, Kayan Becerra, and Mayfair High School junior, Estela Vasquez. Kayan earned silver at regionals and bronze at state in the area of commercial U.S. drone fighting. And Estela earned silver at regionals and bronze at state in the area of Internet of Things smart home. Estela demonstrated that she was able to install various technologies available in a home. Congratulations, students, and thank you to our advisor for supporting them in their efforts. Okay, our next advisor that we would like to bring forward is Melissa Ellis from Bellflower High School. Yeah, Dr. Dradi and I are having a hard time not also saying Teacher of the Year, Melissa Ellis. If her students could please come forward, Bellflower High School sophomore Narabi Berethwaite and Catherine Torado. Can we please also bring forward Bellflower High School sophomore Reina Akaladias? Narabi and Catherine both qualified for state in the area of community service. And Rana earned gold at regionals in the area of community action project, where she had to document her how her community service project benefited the school and our local community. Congratulations, students. Great job. And thank you, Teacher of the Year, for your support of your students. The next advisor that we're bringing forward is Annabelle Adriatico from Mayfair Middle and High School. If the following students could come forward, Mayfair High School juniors Yasleen Garcia, Sarahi Kuiwuha, and Valerie Reyes. These students qualified for state in the area of promotional bulletin board, where they created a display about the Skills USA competition theme, Our Time Is Now. Thank you, students. If our advisor can remain, and thank you, students, so much. Can Mayfair Middle School students Aaron Bucio, Daisy Teniente, and Josh Nathaniel Tarona please come forward? These students placed gold at regionals for the team engineering challenge and qualified for the state competition. Congratulations, students. Thank you. The next student that we could bring forward is Mayfair High School freshman Namanpreet Bains. Mayfair High School junior Danielle Chica. And Mayfair High School senior Leah Simons. Nampreet placed bronze at regionals and state in the area of extemporaneous speaking, where she had to speak to a topic with only 5 minutes of advanced preparation. Danielle earned gold at regionals for employment application process and qualified for state competition. And Leah placed gold at regionals and qualified for state in the area of prepared speech. Congratulations and great job. Thank you, students. We have a few more students to bring forward. If Mayfair High School seniors, Madison Mathis, Karen Zapon, And Emily Pang can please come forward. These students earned gold at regional and qualified for state in the area of outstanding chapter. Congratulations, students. If we could have Mayfair High School junior Benjamin Douglas please come forward. Benjamin is being recognized for earning silver at regionals and qualifying for state in the area of related technical math. Thank you. Can we have Mayfair High School seniors Aiden Garola, Josh Matthew Surreal, and William Ung please come forward? These students earned silver at regionals for engineering technology and design and qualified for state. Congratulations, students. Can we now have Mayfair High School juniors, Alexander Tarrant, David Usum, and Jasmine Torres, please come forward. These students earned bronze at regional and qualified for state in the American Spirit category, where they outlined a community service project and how it impacted their community. Congratulations, students. We'd like to congratulate all of Miss Andradico's Skills USA students. Let's give them another round of applause. Mayfair High School Skills USA chapter received a silver medal and $2,000 for the 2023 Chapter of Excellence program. Very nice job. Congratulations. We are going to ask Ms. Andradico to continue to stay up here. We are going to recognize our next group of students from Mayfair High School from the MESA competition. MESA is Mathematics, Engineering, Science Achievement, and it is a college and career prep program sponsored through Cal State Long Beach's Engineering Department. Can the following students please come forward? Mayfair High School seniors, Madison Mathis, Destiny Brown, Emily Pang, Mayfair High School freshman, Nampreet Baines, Roman Diaz, and Mayfair High School seniors, Aiden Garola, Josh Matthew Surreal, and Isaiah Floyd. Madison, Destiny, and Emily earned second place in the Think Tank competition. Nampreet and Roman earned first place in the Think Tank competition. And Aiden, Josh, and Isaiah participated in the National Engineering Design Competition, where they placed third in design brief and first in prototype pitch. Congratulations. We'd like to congratulate our students and thank you, Ms. Andradico, for your hard work and dedication to our students. Congratulations. Probably not. Good job, you guys. Very nice. Congratulations again for all of your hard work and accomplishments. And our final group to be recognized this evening is our FCCLA group. FCCLA stands for Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America. Can we please have advisor Pam Seamster come forward? We will be recognizing Ms. Seamster's culinary students that placed at the annual competition. Can Bellflower High School freshmen David Garcia and junior Leonard Macias please come forward? David earned third place in culinary display and level 2 for appetizers, and Leonard earned third place in culinary display and level 3 appetizers. Congratulations and thank you, Ms. Seamster, for your dedication and work with our students. Although not on the script and probably outside with students, I'd like to take a minute to thank Ms. Azevedo for all of her hard work and dedication to the program. Oh, there she is right there. On behalf of the board, I'd like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of our advisors and students and the commitment of our parents with supporting to their child's success. Let's give a round of applause to our students, advisors, parents, and Ms. Azevedo for everything that they do. Thank you, Ms. Azevedo. This concludes our recognitions this evening.
We're going to take a 5-minute break for a restaurant break, and we'll resume in about 5 minutes.
Thank you for that recess. So, sorry, let me just make sure I pick up at the right place. Presentations.
Yes.
So it's time for presentations this evening, Dr. Drati.
Yes. We have 4 presentations this evening. Let's begin with nutrition services, and I'll bring up Mrs. Hojin to lead us in that discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Drati. Tonight, our Director of Nutrition Services, Ms. Candace Crump, will be providing the board with an informational presentation regarding our nutrition services. So, Ms. Crump.
Okay. Hi, good evening, President Garza and board. My name is Candace Crump. I am a registered dietitian and your nutrition services director. And today, let's talk about school meals. So as you know, BUSD, our enrolled students, is a little over 10,000 students. So we serve about 1,200 breakfasts, 4,000 lunches, 540 snacks and suppers for a little over 1 million meals per year. Our district is also considered 80% low income, and I'll talk to you in a little bit about why that is important. So we have 12 school sites with kitchens, 2 without. That's Las Flores and Somerset. We also have our production kitchen and our warehouse. So this is our production central kitchen. This is where all of the catering meals are cooked, all of the school lunches for our elementary sites, and some of the meals for our high school sites. And our suppers are also prepared, packaged, and distributed. All of these meals are distributed from our central kitchen. This is our warehouse and freezer, and then we also have 6 loading docks where we load our trucks to be delivered to the school sites every day. So how are we able to fund these meals? We are actually funded by the state and federal government. So the USDA and the CDE, they provide us with guidelines that we are to follow. And based on those guidelines, if we meet those nutritional guidelines, they reimburse us the funds to be able to serve meals. So under the school breakfast program and the National School Lunch Program, we also serve supper under the after-school programs per the USDA. So before we get into what the guidelines are, let's talk about why these guidelines were created. Back in 2010, there was research that came out that was talking about the poor eating habits of our students, primarily the adolescents. They were consuming more calories from sugar-sweetened beverages, and more than half of these beverages were being consumed at home. Also, the snack sizes were getting larger, and the amount of time spent in front of the TV screen was longer, 7 hours a day, TV, computer screens daily, and that was before the cell phone usage increased. So because of this, they started seeing childhood obesity rates climbing astronomically. So from 1980 to about 2008, it shot up. And specifically, males ages 6 to 11 had the highest rates of childhood obesity. And in the past 30 years, they saw that it doubled. In the past 40 years, for the ages 6 through 11, it quadrupled. And then for adolescents, it tripled. And the most alarming to the USDA and CDE was the amount of children diagnosed with type 2 diabetes in the past 5 years had increased tenfold. So with all of these issues came the health risks associated typically with childhood obesity. So it was affecting psychological issues, so the mental health, sleep apnea, breathing problems, stroke. Also, 70% of the obese youth had at least one risk factor related to heart disease. And then, of course, you see the type 2 diabetes and bone and joint issues. So what they were seeing was that many of the issues that the children had were issues that we typically get as adults. So this was alarming, and they wanted to do something about it. They knew that they couldn't control the food that the kids were eating at home, but they could control what the kids were eating in the schools. So they created the guidelines. The federal guidelines were started, or the pioneer of the idea behind the nutritious meals was in 2010, the Michelle Obama campaign. It was signed by President Obama. And the whole idea was that higher income communities were eating healthier foods than lower income communities. So the goal was to be able to bring in fresh fruits, vegetables, whole grains, fat-free dairy products, because what they were seeing was that lower income communities weren't getting fed the same type of foods as higher income communities, and that's where we come in as well. They also, this Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act also increased the after-school meal in those after-school programs. So this is what it turned into. So there were more fresh fruits, vegetables, whole grains, low-fat dairy products, and the My Pyramid became the My Plate, where half of the plate was fresh fruits and vegetables. That was the goal of the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act. And what tied into that were the school nutrition programs. So this is where we come in. This is what we follow now. This is our school breakfast program, and we follow the offer versus serve. So this is where we offer 4 items for breakfast, and the students are to choose a minimum of 3. They can choose all 4, but they choose a minimum of 3, and one of the 3 has to be a fruit. So for breakfast, one of the 3 has to be a fruit in order for it to be a reimbursable meal. So what is a reimbursable meal? Reimbursable meals mean that it's more funding for the district, academics, athletics. Because we're funded based on following the nutritional guidelines from the government, If we were to say, like, let's serve the kids KFC, the district would have to fund the meals that did not meet the nutritional guidelines that the government is requiring. So because we meet the nutritional guidelines, we are able to get reimbursed from the government on every meal that we serve. This also ties into our national school lunch program, where we offer 5 lunch components, and 3 of those 5, the students can choose minimum 3. One of the 3 has to be a fruit or a vegetable. They can choose more, but in order for it to be a reimbursable meal, it has to be 3 components, one of the components, fruit or vegetable. So this is the poster that we have up in the kitchens and cafeterias, basically showing the students this is what building a healthy lunch looks like and reminding them of that guideline for a reimbursable meal. This is also just a quick chart of also the guidelines we have to follow based on the calories, saturated fat, sodium amounts, and trans fat. So we are not allowed to serve any trans fat, and within an average 5-day week, we have to serve for 9th through 12th graders under 850 calories on average for the number of calories in our meals, saturated fat under 10%, and sodium, which you'll see it changed from 1420 milligrams to now 1280 milligrams, and we'll talk about that in the next few slides as well. BUSD's wellness policy ties into the nutritional guidelines as well, because as a district, we are agreeing that any snacks brought onto the campuses also follow the healthy fruits, vegetables, whole grains, the healthy guidelines to make sure that all of our students and community are eating healthy meals throughout the day. So let's take a look at our lunches. Usually when we're putting together the lunches, we try to have it be inspired by what is in the surrounding area and what the kids are going to eat. Like, what are they leaving school to eat? What are they eating after school? So some of the items that we put on the menu are based on what's around. So this is Panda Express inspired. So we got orange chicken, brown rice, broccoli, a cookie for Fridays at the high schools, and then we also offer vegetarian options at the high school. So this is our orange chickenless patty. So what you'll see is that there's orange chicken, fried orange chicken on the plate, but in order for our vendor to be approved to serve that chicken on a school lunch plate, that chicken has been modified to meet the nutritional guidelines based on what the government requires, okay? The other part is the 3-component minimum that I mentioned. So if a student chooses the orange chicken, the brown rice, and the broccoli, that counts as a reimbursable meal. They can choose all 5, but if they choose the 3, it still counts as a reimbursable meal. Also, if they choose the orange chicken, the milk, and the oranges, it counts as a reimbursable meal because it's 3 items. One of the 3 items is the fruit, okay? Let's see, KFC inspired. So this is another KFC inspired chicken drumstick with all of our requirements there. This is what the plate looks like with all 5 items on it. Again, some of our students only have to take 3 of the items as for it to meet the minimum requirements for the reimbursable meal. You'll see a chocolate chip cookie there, and that cookie is also been modified to meet the dietary guidelines for what the government requires. So here are some of our other popular items: the spaghetti with meat sauce, the chicken nuggets, the Pizza Hut Day, which we'll talk a little bit about in the next few slides as well. But I wanted to point out that for Pizza Hut Day, if a student grabs a pizza and an applesauce cup, that also meets the minimum 3-component requirement because that pizza counts as protein and grain. So the pizza counts as the protein, the grain, and then the applesauce counts as the 3rd item, which is your fruit. So just something to be mindful of. And then here are some of our other meals. This is the chef salad that we've also offered to our high school, middle and high school students. And then here's a picture of a few of the students' plates at BHS. Corn Dog Day. So we actually offer 5 items for our high school students. These are the other 5 items: spicy chicken sandwich, bean and cheese burrito, mini twin cheeseburger, and our vegetarian option. Share tables. So this is an opportunity. This is the share table at BHS. This is the opportunity for the students to, whatever packaged items they do not want, they can put on the share table for the students to have more of if they're still hungry. What you'll notice is that typically what's on these share tables is vegetables and fruit and some dairy products. And then this is a picture from Ramona Elementary's share table. Again, what you see shared is vegetable and fruit and dairy products. This is also a picture of Washington Elementary's grab and go fruit and vegetable option. So she actually set up stations where the students can grab however much fruit and vegetable they want, and then she checks to see that they have their other 2 components. Pizza Hut. So Pizza Hut was an additional vendor that we added. It actually increased our participation, and the kids enjoyed the Pizza Hut as an option. One thing to keep in mind is this Pizza Hut is not the typical Pizza Hut you would get if you ordered Pizza Hut at home. This is their A+ pizza. And again, it's been modified so that it fits into what the state and federal government require us to serve. So it's got 51% whole wheat dough, non-fat light cheese for the pizza, and it also has reduced sodium, reduced fat pepperoni and sausage on those pizzas. So it's not your typical Pizza Hut pizza. Food quality. So when we're looking at food quality, there are a few things that we look at from the delivery from the vendor all the way to the delivery to the sites. We're checking dates. We're stocking items first in, first out. We're pulling items for prep and checking dates again. We're actually also required to record temperatures. We record the temperatures before it leaves our central kitchen. We record temperatures when it arrives at the school site and before it's served to the students. And we encourage students and teachers' aides that if anything does not look as if it's been quality controlled, to please bring that food item to our kitchen manager. Our kitchen managers have been trained and informed on what to do about those items. Distribution, so supply chain issues of 2022, it was prevalent throughout the US. It also affected our food supply. So because of the supply chain issues, many of the items became packaged foods. Many of the items that we were able to get readily available now became the packaged foods that you see now. But moving forward, we're moving out of the issues of COVID and supply chain issues. And because we want to look at what it looks like to build futures in the terms of nutrition, school nutrition, and revamping the whole idea behind school nutrition, we're looking at what the latest is that the USDA has proposed. So in December 2020, they came out with new nutrition standards. No one really heard about it because COVID was going on. They had other things that were at the forefront. But now we're looking at what they discovered. So they actually found in this research that lunches consumed from school are the most nutritious. So they used it based on what's called the Healthy Eating Index. And so 100 being the healthiest meal you could eat, school lunches served scored 80, and lunches from home or other places scored 65. But with that being said, even though school lunches are the healthiest, the other issue that they saw was that for students ages 2 through 18, they were still exceeding the recommended amount of added sugar, saturated fat, and sodium. So this blue line shows what the recommended limit is, and the orange shows how much they've exceeded what the recommended limit is. So added sugars, they've exceeded it by about 61%, saturated fat about 88%, and sodium, they've exceeded the recommended limit by almost 100% for sodium. This, again, now is very alarming to the USDA and CDE. This is information on vegetables. So for ages 9 through 13, the purple shows the average intake of what they should be taking in, students should be taking in order to lead healthy lives. And the blue is the recommended intake. The purple is the average intake of what they're actually taking in. So they're not quite meeting the standards of what the dietary guidelines display. So these are now the proposed nutrition standards. So these are the dietary guidelines of 2020-2025 required by law. And so it's USDA's next step toward implementing healthier school meals. Because of the sodium being 70% of what the students are eating, 9 in 10 children are consuming more sodium, and it's mainly in Hispanic and non-Hispanic Black households, okay? So it's leading to increases in high blood pressure, diabetes, all the other things that we were experiencing back in 2010 in those lower income communities. It's still prevalent to where USDA is taking the next step. What does the next step look like? Is lowering the added sugars even more, adjusting the flavoring of milk. So this, again, this is proposed, they're still discussing it, but this is what they're looking into going into. Whole grains, more whole grains than what we even have now. Again, right now we have 51%. And then sodium, they're looking at decreasing sodium another 30% for the food, okay? So this is where we are now. And as you can see, this is the sodium. Right now we're at about 1280 milligrams for our 9th through 12th graders. That's effective July 1st, 2023. What the USDA is looking at is within the next 6 years, they want to decrease it 10% every 2 years. And so by 2029, the highest amount of sodium that they want to have in grades 9 through 12th grade is 935 milligrams total for the day. So as you know, if you cook at home, when you take the sodium out of something even further than what it is now, because we're already, the healthiest school lunches or the healthiest meals that students eat, we're already at that minimum for sodium. They're reducing it even more so that now it's going to have even less sodium. So what's next? What do we do with that information? The goal is, being that my registered dietitian background, I know that it's possible, and it's possible to do with incorporating more fresh fruits and vegetables into the meals. It's going to take some time, but I believe it is possible. So we have actually been awarded or funded for next year to be able to serve 40% freshly prepared menu items for breakfast and lunch. And what that looks like is it's going to be whole ingredients in their most minimally processed form, cooking fresh, raw, whole ingredients with ready-made products. So they're allowing us to put these two things together to have 40% freshly prepared menu items for the week. This is going to take some creative thinking and creatively putting together these meals. We've already started some of this, like our chicken broccoli Alfredo, which is currently served at elementary and high schools. So this is one of our freshly prepared menu items. We have the broccoli in there. We've created the Alfredo sauce and the noodles, and also the diced chicken is in there. So it's a mixture of ready-made and freshly prepared. Yogurt parfait, we're also looking at bringing for next school year. This is also going to take, because we're implementing more fresh fruits and vegetables and the sodium's going to be decreasing potentially, the nutrition education part of it and reminding students of where the food comes from. The food doesn't grow in your grocery store. So getting them reconnected to farm to school, initiatives for urban freight farm. So we visited Morgan Hill and looked at their urban freight farm and growing different types of lettuce in a shipping container and looking at what that would be nutrition education and making it fun for the students to learn about where their food comes from and putting this food into salad bars and salads for the students. And then, of course, yes, the nutrition education, reinstating Harvest of the Month, because if we're going to incorporate more fruits and vegetables, it takes that educational piece of understanding why this is important for your body and what is the importance of eating healthy. And that also ties into healthy taste testing. I'm sure we've all seen the power of a taste test at our neighborhood Costco, right? Everyone crowds around. So that's another part of what we're looking at for 2023, 24, and beyond. And then our summer meals. So just real quick, we do intend to continue to serve free breakfast and lunch to all BUSD K through 12 students during the summer. As we get more information, we will provide that prior to the start of summer meals. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very detailed report. I learned a lot.
Yes, thank you.
We will go ahead and open it up to questions and comments. We'll have Board Member Mendoza.
Yes, so that presentation was really informative. I had a couple of questions that I was going to ask going into this, and then a lot of them were answered during the presentation, like how come a lot of our foods are wrapped in plastic. Like we had cheese quesadilla, and it was just like in a plastic wrap. And we thought that was funny, but now we realize that was because of the pandemic and because of supply chain issues. So I understand that a little bit better now. So I do have a couple of questions that I wrote down here. They're a little disjointed, so I'm sorry if they kind of just come out of nowhere. But first, we talked about school breakfast in the presentation. At the high school level, would that be a high school snack?
Yeah, so
okay.
that's considered the snack, yeah.
Okay, and so let me get back to the breakfast one, because I know that we said there was, just a minute here. Okay. Yes, cool. So we offer 4 items, for the school breakfast program, it says we offer 4 items, and students choose up to 3.
Mm-hmm.
So at the high school level, what snack looks like currently is you would enter the MPB at Mayfair specifically. I'm giving this a Mayfair perspective here. And you get in the line, and on most days, there's going to be 1 item and then a juice that you grab. So there's a small little box of like this orange juice, apple juice, or like the berry mix, which is just like grape and apple mixed together. And then there's the item of the day. And so today it was a waffle and syrup. And then that's the snack. And other days it's like a pan dulce, like a concha. Mm-hmm. And then on other days, we've had a donut. We've had a chocolate donut. And so you get that and the juice. And so I don't know how that lines up with 4 items and offering 4 items and students choosing up to 3, because when you try to take 2 items, not that you'd want to have 2 donuts, but if you try to, lunch staff, and again, they're not making up the rules, they'll tell you that you're limited to 1 item. So do you know anything about that happening at the high school level?
No, so what they're supposed to get, or what you guys are supposed to get, you're supposed to get the 2 items. So on the breakfast, there's the 2 items. It's usually the grain, right, the concha, and then also like the waffle or the donuts. So those are the 2 main items, but then you also have the fruit, and then there's a cheese stick, and then there's also the fruit juice. Does that?
Yeah, a lot of the times the items are there, all laid out,
Mm-hmm.
but lunch staff just tells us like pick 1. I think if you get the yogurt and the cheese stick and you have them together, and I think like the apple juice counts as your fruit, but you can't typically like get like a concha or like a donut or the waffle and get something else. It's just you get the 1 waffle and you get the apple juice.
Okay.
So that's something that's going on, I know, at least in Mayfair.
Yeah, so that takes the training then, because yes, you should be able to get all 4 if you wanted all 4. Like if you wanted the cheese stick, the yogurt, the concha, and the waffle, you can get all of that. You only have to take a minimum of 3, and one of those has to be your fruit. So as long as you get like 4 different items and one of the items is a fruit, then that makes a reimbursable meal. But it sounds like there needs to be training there if you're only being offered one item.
Yeah, because I know
Yeah.
I know for certain I haven't ever tried to take more than one, but I know that students have tried to take more than like 2 or 3, and then they're told they can just pick one item. And again, I don't want to put too much blame on lunch staff, because unfortunately we have a lot. We do serve in middle schoolers and high schoolers at the same time, so just interesting mix, because sometimes there's like a 12-year-old that runs up and gets an armful and tries to take a bunch for their friends. So I understand that lunch staff has to deal with that sometimes. So
Yeah.
it's difficult for them. They have to kind of come up with rules, and it slows down the line process too, because they put out one item at a time. Someone grabs it, and the next person they put out one item. It's a messy situation at snack, and it's surprising to me that we're supposed to be offering that you can take up to 4 items. I know typically like by second period, because I have a 0 period, so I eat at like 6:30 in the morning, and then by the time it's snack, that is 10:40, and so I'm pretty hungry by then. But I know I just get the yogurt, and then I have to go, and then I have to wait till lunch for that. So I'll see if I can ask staff about this tomorrow and see what they
Yeah.
know. But that's it for as far as breakfast goes. So thank you for answering my question on that.
Thank you.
And then one of the questions you answered during the presentation was about like the 3 components for lunch, because I know what happens a lot on the pizza day is sometimes you get a little paper tray and has the apple and the slice of pizza, and then that's your lunch. But it sounds like the protein and the grain is included in that, so it passes. Let's see, smart snack rule. What's this? I wrote down smart snack rule, and I have to go back and figure out what that was.
Yeah, that's like your ASB or any snack that you are getting that's outside of the school lunch program, any snacks that are being sold on campus.
Okay, now I remember why I wrote this down, and I felt kind of guilty when I was writing it down, because I know a lot of clubs and programs rely on the sales they make on those, to operate, and those funds are really helpful for them. But it is true that there are some things that do not, like Sour Patch and like chips and like those kind of like Takis, but they're like the Dorito ones. Those are sold, and I feel bad because I know how much some of these clubs rely on those to support their operations, but those are on campus, and a lot of the times they take away from the people who get their school lunches or get the snacks. So just that's something that goes on at our campuses. Let's see. Let me say it, so we cross them.
Yeah, the smart snacks are supposed to be, any smart snacks that want to be sold on campus, what's supposed to happen is if they're interested in selling a snack, they send that to me, and I do the calculations to determine if that meets the guidelines and the requirements.
Okay.
So sometimes I get those emails, and sometimes I don't. But
yeah. And again, I think I feel bad having to say that happens, but it does sometimes contribute to a lot of litter too. You see a lot of chip bags on campus, and then that was sold by a club, and it's an issue that, although it's difficult to say that, we kind of have to address it, and it'll be a pain for a lot of students who say, well, if I don't get this chip, these chips from here, then I have to eat the school stuff, and then I don't really like eating that. And so I think maybe starting to enforce that rule has to coincide with improving options for students to get from the snack line, because then we'd just be leaving them with nothing that they want to eat, and that would be pretty bad. So moving on from that question, thank you for that. Let's see. So we talked about, I think in one of the slides you had said that there was a limit on the amount of calories students could consume, right? Is that uniform per grade? Like if you're a high school student? Okay.
It's per grade, yeah.
And so that's the maximum amount of calories you can give. I think it was like 980.
Yeah, it was like 870.
Okay. That gets, so then my concern wouldn't be with anyone here at this level, it would just be with the state level, because, a freshman who's 14 years old has a very different needs for nutrition than a high school senior who's 18 and humongous, like our football players. And so then they're both getting the same meals, that slice of pizza and the apple. And so they're not going to get the same kind of, nutritional value out of that. So I guess there's nothing I could do at this level here. So I got to cross that one out.
Yeah.
Staff overwhelmed by, so we talked a little bit about how staff are really overwhelmed when it comes to distributing food. It happens at Mayfair. I know it happens at Bellflower because some of my friends have told me about it. But it's kind of a free-for-all. Everyone just swarms into the door and picks out their items. So how instead of offering like lunch staff offering students like, do you want to include this with your meal, which is I think what is ideal, what should be happening. Like these are the requirements. What are you going to select? A lot of times what happens is just like the core item for the day and then something else. So I think today, what was it? It was like beef and like tortilla chips, and then there's like these bins that are along that were right next to the staff. And then because it's so crowded, because it's so messy distribution, you're just expected to know that you can take one, or that you should take one. Again, you're not required to take one, but you're recommended to have a complete meal. So a lot of times what students do is they just get that, the bare requirements. So this is a distribution issue. It's ideal to have lunch staff recommend students that they, that you can pick out this item, it's part of a complete meal, and then, but that's right now that's impossible given the way that distribution happens. It's really rushed, it's really messy, staff is overwhelmed. Sometimes they have that student that grabs a bunch of stuff at once. So it's really just, I'm putting out the bare minimum, and then you're expected to grab from the bins. So I think maybe, I guess coordinating with individual campuses about how to improve the distribution process, because that does ultimately affect how we are giving kids healthy meals. If that's something, I don't know what level involvement you would have in that, of starting to coordinate with principals, but.
Yeah, so that actually can be coordinated with principals, and I was actually talking with one of my ladies today about that. The amount of time being given for lunches is something that we may need to look at, because yes, there are longer lines, and because of the number of staff that we have serving the meals, there may be something there where we may need to tweak a few things as far as how it's being distributed and the amount of time the kids have to go through the line and get their meals and eat. Because after waiting in the line, you still have to have time to eat, right?
Yeah, Well, yeah, I completely agree. With the staffing issue, I know Virginia, one of our security officers at Mayfair, it's not uncommon to see her serving food right there, because they're just that short-staffed at snack. At snack too, the lunch lines can be, the snack lines can be so long, the bell already rings for third period, and you get your snack and you gotta run over and eat it at the start of class. And so teachers are kind of becoming a little more lenient with that, like, okay, well, I know the snack line's huge, so you can eat now. And then, like you said too, you're not always it's not always certain that you're gonna get the chance to eat your full meal, like especially at lunch. If you have a club meeting or an important conference with your teacher, then at the end of lunch, if there's like 8 minutes or 5 minutes left, you run on down to the cafeteria and lunch staff says, sorry, we're all out of stuff. You can grab one of the carrot bags from the bins we have right here because no one grabs them, and then you get that, and then that's your lunch. So you're not always guaranteed a lunch depending on which time you arrive. If you arrive really late in lunch, you're probably not gonna get anything.
Yeah.
That has happened to me so many times. So
Yeah, we're also looking at for the high school campuses, setting up carts around campus so that it's not just you go to the cafeteria to get your food, but maybe there's a cart set up somewhere on campus. But again, that would take like organizing with the principal and making sure that we have the correct staff for that, and food and transport and all, to make sure that we can do something like that. But that is something else that we're looking into for next school year.
yeah, because I know at Mayfair we used to have that snack shack that was off to
Yeah.
the side, but now it's a wellness center, which is absolutely essential too. But it's unfortunate that was the expense of that snack shack. That we should help for those items that students always get. Like people always go for that chicken sandwich that we've got.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, what we're serving, people get that chicken sandwich, and they're allowed to do that. But they're waiting in the same line as the person who's waiting for spaghetti. And
Yeah.
then it would really expedite the process if they had their own shack to get that routine item. But that's not the conversation to have here. That's a conversation to have with administrators. So I'm gonna thank you for answering that. Let me cross that out. We said overwhelm. We said spiced chicken sandwich popularity. Running out of food. We talked about that. Popularity of items. There are some school lunch items that never get touched, like the sloppy Joe. It sometimes you have like three I guess the booths where you go and pick up your meals.
Yeah.
That middle one is for, again, the routine items, the
Yeah.
chicken sandwich and the bean and cheese burrito. And then there are just a bunch of, sloppy Joe sandwiches that are right there, and then no one grabs them. And so a lot of it, I'm assuming, goes to waste because it's prepared right there. And I think that's happened since I was a freshman. I mean, obviously I didn't have a 10th grade year, and then I didn't get school lunch that often in my junior year. But I do remember in my freshman year going to get lunches, and then no one touched the sloppy Joe. And so I wonder how can we gauge the popularity of some items and eliminate them and swap them out for ones that are more popular?
So the Sloppy Joe we just started this year.
I've remembered it since like elementary school. Has there been a different version of it?
Maybe it was, you remember it before COVID?
I remember it since like ILC. It's been around a while.
Okay. So yeah, if it's been around for a while, maybe that was before I came on board.
Yeah, I
I'm
guess
not sure.
even setting aside the Sloppy Joe
But popularity.
example,
So
the popularity of
yeah.
items, how can we gauge that, and how can we get feedback on when it's time to swap out an item because it's just
yeah.
not.
So usually when we are trying to gauge which items are popular and which items are not, we'll either do site visits to kind of see, especially if it's a new item, we'll do site visits to see like how do the kids like it, are they taking it? We also check for like plate waste, so we'll look in the trash cans and see like what's thrown out the most. And we also check with our managers at the sites, like, hey, did the kids like this? What should we change? We asked them to send us pictures for the sites that we weren't able to get to. And then based on those pictures, we can kind of determine, like the first time we sent out the Sloppy Joes, it wasn't as saucy as we would have liked it to be. So it didn't have the initial look that we had hoped for. So things like that, we usually modify. But for the most part, yeah, we do the site visits. We ask the students when we do the site visits, and then we also check in with our managers. The pretzel dogs, that was one of our newer items. Do you remember that? So that was something where, because it was a new item, we had a meeting about it. We did the taste tests where you guys came in and tasted it before we rolled it out. And you got to choose whether or not you could have the chili or the mixed onions on the pretzel dog. We went with the mixed onions because that's what was voted for. And then when we rolled it out, the pictures that I got back were trash cans filled with pretzel dogs because we paired it with chips. And so when the meals were taken, many of the students only wanted the chips. And so they would take the chips and throw away the pretzel dog. It was interesting.
Was this at a specific site?
No.
Was this at a specific site, or was it just?
It was at Mayfair, actually. Yeah. And because our ladies were disappointed too, because they were like, "Oh, the kids are gonna like this," and then they sent pictures like, "I guess not." It's. But I understand, like it is a juggle to try to figure out like what do the kids want to eat. Like we can do surveys. We can. Have surveys done next year to kind of see like what are the foods that are of interest to the students. But yeah, the pretzel dog was one where it was like, we tried the taste test and everything and it just didn't pan out the way we had hoped.
Yeah, I trust the judgment of the lunch staff that was reporting to you guys that it wasn't a popular item. And, I'm not going to say, my personal anecdote outweighs, what staff was reporting, because I would have said that I have seen it be pretty popular. I know my little brother sometimes gets like 2 of them. He comes back and he looks a little different, and he gets another dog. Because I do, from my experience, it was popular, but I'm not going to let my personal anecdote outweigh what staff had said. So I'll trust staff on that one, and that's unfortunate that happened. So sorry about that. And then lastly,
Board Member Mendoza.
do you guys want to talk? I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. Would you mind if we let our next board member come ask questions? And then
Sorry.
I promise I will
Yeah.
come back around to you.
Yeah, you guys are up.
Thank you. Board Member Armstrong?
Thank you for that presentation. As most of you know, I have 5 kids and a whole bunch of God kids that have gone through this school, and I promise I will not rat them out for what they would do to have a good meal on campus. They was running a business, y'all. I'll just leave it like that. But anyway, thank you so much for that. Okay, I'm going to start with the harvest of the month. I really do like the program if it's still as it was pre-COVID. But I don't know how that would work at the high school level. Do you have any idea how that would work with the high school level? I mean, does everybody know about the Harvest of the Month? Okay, so the Harvest of the Month, it usually come through LA County Office of Education, and every month they get fruits and or vegetables, even with all the condiments, with workbooks, et cetera, et cetera. It's just a whole curriculum. Even for kindergartners, because y'all know that's what I teach, preschool, kindergarten. It even comes with appliances, different materials that you may use. So it's really a curriculum that's really educating kids about food and its preparation. So I would really love to see that come back. That doesn't cost the district, does it? Do we have to pay for that, or is it county sponsored? You get a fund?
No, so it depends. So there is a grant right now that Team Nutrition has out for nutrition education. But typically speaking, no, that is government funded because they want to promote the Harvest of the Month. I actually worked very closely with the Harvest of the Month program prior to coming to BUSD. I worked for the Nutrition Education, Obesity, and Prevention branch, where I was a nutrition manager, and I oversaw 15 districts throughout San Bernardino County and helped them implement their Harvest of the Month programs. So I saw firsthand what it can create, given the principals, support teachers, support parents, support the whole community's support is necessary for something like that to work. But yes, the taste tests and everything, going into the classroom, introducing kids to things like persimmons. A lot of kids have never heard of or seen a persimmon, and then to have a recipe with that, it does something.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yes.
I would love to see that program come back. And I know you mentioned something about beginning to freshly prepare food.
Yeah.
And I tell you, well, I didn't go to school that long ago, but when I went to school, we had working kitchens to where food was cooked, and food was as close to home as you can get. How far away have we been removed from that? Because all this packaged stuff, because we can get cheese sandwiches, right? The grilled cheese sandwiches, but sometimes they've been in the oven so long, now the cheese is burnt. Or even the French toast sticks, they get soggy.
Yeah.
So, with all the good effort, in the end, it just doesn't fare well for the children. Also, I've been getting pictures, and I know sometimes they can just, pick what they want, take a picture, and send it to me, and it doesn't look good. So it would be nice or behoove like the nutrition services to let us send us some pictures on how it should be looking as far as like what you're giving, because what we're seeing, at least what I'm seeing, my kids are not eating food. Okay, I mean, and that's just the honest truth. So where are we at? How far removed are we from freshly prepared foods on campus?
That's a good question. So before COVID, we actually had about 50% or so of our menu. When I first started, I put a lot of the freshly prepared meals on the menu. The orange chicken, the fish tacos, all of these different things to bring in more home-cooked, freshly prepared meals. COVID hit, now we have the packaged food. Another thing that COVID caused were the staffing issues, of course, right? So with that, because we have less staff at the sites, in order for us to look at what it looks like to freshly prepare meals again, we have to look at, again, what is needed staff-wise at our sites. So my nutrition coordinator and I actually were talking about this today, too. looking at the meals per labor hour. And based on the number of meals that we're serving at all of our sites, how many staff do we need to serve this type of meal? Because right now, because we're serving packaged food, we can sustain the meals with the staff that we have now, but looking at, okay, if we bring in freshly prepared meals, we now have to look at bringing in additional staff to be able
Absolutely.
to roll that out. So that's another thing that we're looking at as far as COVID and how it's affected staff retention. And is it that we need more hands, like more staff, or do we need the staff that we have with more hours? So that's what we're planning to look at during the summer, is how does that work? Right now, to try and prepare just to get us to the start of the school year with the 40% freshly prepared, what I've started doing is loading our central kitchen with our staff so that they can prepare and cook many of the meals from our central kitchen and or cover at some of the sites, because we still have quite a lot of call outs on a daily basis. But the idea is get them accustomed to how the food should look at the central kitchen, and or if they have to cover at the sites, that's a possibility as well. But the idea is to start in the central kitchen, preparing the foods in the central kitchen and distributing them to the school sites until we can get more coverage at those school sites.
Okay. So I have about 30.
Can I just add something to that? The kitchen-wise, do we not have enough infrastructure to do the scratch cooking at the sites, or does it always have to be at the, or is that something we got to invest in to be able to do that?
When I started, I think what it was that the central kitchen, and this is usually how it works at most districts, the central kitchen is the kitchen where most of the food is prepped and distributed from what they call the satellite. So that's where the primary amount of food comes from, the central kitchen, and then you deal with transportation issues and all of that, how the food holds. The meals can be cooked at the sites. However, that does take, like you mentioned, infrastructure. So an increased amount of training the staff that are going to be at the sites, knowing how to cook the certain products to a certain look. I know when I first started, there was cooking being done at the sites, and the meals looked different at every single school site because people had different techniques. One person was cooking it this way, the other person was cooking it that way. And so it took training them. My nutrition coordinator at the time was training them on the proper way to all cook the meals so that they all matched. We didn't want a student at Ernie Pyle getting something that looked completely different than what a student at Lindstrom was getting. So yes, it does take training.
No, go right ahead. Because that's the issue.
Yeah.
Food. If we want to get better food, sometimes we're going to have to cook at the site.
Yeah. So I'm hearing possibly infrastructure, but that's something we can choose to adjust. In terms of federal government, how do we qualify for, if we cook our own, we probably going to put more salt and taste, and okay, this doesn't taste right, and put more salt. So we're probably going to surpass what the state and federal government wants us to do. How do we protect ourselves against that?
Exactly. Yeah. So that's part of it. If we start cooking at the sites again, our staff would have to be trained on this. You have to use this amount of salt. You have to use this amount of flavoring. You have to use only this serving size of Alfredo sauce. Like, it's very controlled. And so it's easier for us to control it at the central kitchen because our cook there knows the measurements and all. But if we bring it back out to the sites, not saying it can't be done, but this is just something that we would face, is if we bring it back out to the sites and have the sites responsible for doing this, then all of those managers would be responsible for making sure that they're following the exact controlled amount of what needs to be served in order to meet these guidelines and have the meals be reimbursable.
And deviating from that means we just lose funding then.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So, but however, I have about 30 letters right here written by some of our elementary children, and I'm gonna make sure you get a copy of these letters.
Yes, please.
And after you read them, I'm gonna task you please to read these and then come back and talk to the staff to see, what you need to prepare better meals, because the kids are I don't understand how it could be mold. Even during the summer, during COVID, we were getting complaints about mold. I'm like, wow, they just brought the truck here. I seen it, and the food went out the next day. And so, the food being cold or overcooked or smelling bad. So I'm going to give you this. I'm not going to burden you with more questions, but take pictures so that we know how it looks. Because I get pictures, and if it's the pictures that I receive, it's not acceptable. So pictures for us. I'm gonna give you these letters so you can read on it and say hey. And then one last question: vendors. Yeah, it's so we this is a brand new, virtually brand new board. We're if you have to think about using another vendor, you need to let us know. Okay, so it's a lot, because I know what we can do as far as food. We can put out delicious food.
Yeah.
So okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member Stewart?
Sorry, I have several questions.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, so I have a question. Is it that the meals are not flavorful, or is it that the meals don't look appealing, or is it both?
I'm sorry. It's both. Some of them, they say the peanut butter and jelly is tasteless. How do you have peanut butter and jelly that's tasteless? But the French toast is soggy, grilled cheese burnt, the chicken makes your breath smell bad, the rice is cold and gray, it looks like it's dead. The vegetables don't taste good. Oh my goodness, I don't want to say that.
So yeah,
but wait a minute. But they like the chicken nuggets. They like the Pizza Hut. They like the nachos.
Yep.
They like the teriyaki. But please do something with the rice.
Yep,
And they like the
'cause it's brown
tamales, the
rice.
orange chicken, the waffles. But it's not enough. A lot of times they say they have the good food with all of the elements, but it's not enough to get them full. And they want the sugar cookies back. And they like watermelon. But watermelon is seasonal. But I have these letters.
Yeah, so that's why I asked, because I'm trying to see where we are as a district, because typically, yes, in our communities, foods that are higher in sodium, higher in salt, sugar, higher in butter. I'm from New Orleans, so I get it. We didn't even know nutrition. I didn't know what nutrition was until I moved to California. But I get that I had to change my taste buds. At first, yes, brown rice, I was like, why does it look like that? But until I learned about what brown rice is and what it does in the body and the amount of fiber that it does and how it clears out, high blood pressure, diabetes and all that stuff. So that's why I'm wondering, where are we at as a district? Are we willing to go to the nutrition education route and really educate kids on why this looks this way? Or do we want to serve them extra salt and just pay for the extra salt meals?
We need to educate.
Okay.
We need to educate, because at one point I went without eating salt at all. It was because of health reasons. And so I did it because I had to, and I learned to taste food for what it is. But these are children, and when you have kids, especially some of the ones that I know, they have a way of starting up a business selling.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, let me quit. I done told on my kid.
I'm just doing a time check, so we have a couple of other presentations, so maybe let's just kind of monitor how many and all that. We can always bring this item back also. It's such a huge conversation we got to have, and there's some major decisions we got to have. Her point, director's point about what we want to be is clear, right? We know the food doesn't taste good because the federal government has it this way. We can ignore it, but we have to know that we have to now reorganize the funding to be able to do what we want. And is that the right thing to do by our kids? Because we know if COVID exposed anything, diabetes and all these health issues were impacted. And the neighborhoods that struggle with this, with COVID and all that, was in alignment with the nutrition and food that they serve. So it's a lot of conversations, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I want to make sure that we might have to bring this conversation back if we need more time, but it's up to you guys. But that's, and I'm not stopping us from asking questions. I'm just saying the amount of time for one board member along the way, we have to kind of monitor.
So, board, I would like to offer some time to Board Member Stewart, Board Member Critchfield. I will abstain from asking questions for now. Do you all feel we would want to have this come back?
Madam President, I think at least maybe asking the questions, that way you could at least know what we're going to ask, and then maybe we could follow up at a later date, so it's not so much of a back and forth, unless you have a response right away, but that would be agreeable.
I feel like if we're going to do that, then we should not get back to the questions. We should get back to them the very next meeting. Well, you said get back to us when we can about this. I feel like if we're just going to ask the questions with no dialogue, then we need the answers the very next meeting, not just a broad range of when they get back to us.
Yeah, maybe we could just at least ask the questions, and then maybe, if okay with you, Madam President, agendize a shorter presentation.
Okay.
I know these are a lot of fun. You want to come back.
Thank you.
And perhaps in our board memo, Friday memo, if we can have that, maybe a document where we can just place all
Put
those
all the
questions
questions
and
on there. Absolutely.
hand them over
Absolutely.
to our nutrition specialist. Board Member Stewart?
Sorry, I have several questions, so I'll just ask the questions and I guess we can come back to them. My first question is, how long have you been in charge of this department?
About 5 years.
Okay. And so what I'm hearing is that there is no cost to us because it's all funded by the state and the federal funding, correct?
Now, yes.
Does that matter whether we cook ourselves or whether we serve them food and package? Would we get the funding no matter how much it cost?
What do you mean cook ourselves?
I'm saying if we prepared food in the kitchen versus, if we made the quesadilla in the kitchen versus the kit.
Oh yeah, no, we still get funding as long as it meets those nutritional guidelines.
Okay. My second question is, I know there said there was a minimum of 3, and what if they do not want that? Are they forced to take that? I don't know if she should be answering or if you just want me to keep asking the question.
Go ahead.
Just
Okay.
keep asking the questions? Okay.
So are they required to take the 3?
Yeah. I know that there was a minimum of 3 or a minimum of 4 or 5. I'm just asking, what if they do not want to take them? Are they forced to take them?
I don't know about forced, but they're encouraged. So in order for the meal to be reimbursable, it has to be a minimum of 3 items, and one of the 3 items has to be a fruit or vegetable. If they only want one of the items, then that would be considered an a la carte, is what we call it, a la carte item, and typically they're charged for something separate that doesn't meet the reimbursable meals because we don't get funding for something that's not reimbursable. So it's better for them to just take the 3 items and then put one of the extra items on the shared table for someone else who may want more food.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
And then I guess I was a little confused because of the choice of items. I know you talked about the pretzel dog and the chips, and they only took it for the chips. But if those are paired, then how do they have the choice of the items?
So if those are paired, the pretzel dog comes together, and then they have the chips, and then they also have the fruit or vegetable. So the pictures that I got back and the feedback that I got back from my managers was they're taking the plate, and then they're only taking the chips and leaving the pretzel dog on the plate with whatever other third item they had, which was some sort of fruit or vegetable.
So they just took the items, but they didn't really want them, but they need to take the items so we get reimbursed.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
My third one is, do we have any protocol for lines? Because we've heard that at every single site, that there's a problem with lines and kids getting access to food. Do we have any protocols or any things in place for that?
As of right now, we're still visiting the sites to kind of see like what we can do. From what we've seen at the elementary sites, we are not seeing any issues as far as the amount of time that those students are eating. At Bellflower and Mayfair, we are seeing the lines, and I've been there quite a few times where I've spoken with Mr. Lundgren, who told me that, yes, it looks like we are able to get the kids through the lines faster. We do rely on our kitchen managers. So my kitchen manager at Bellflower, she updates us as well, letting us know like, oh no, we're fine. You know, we actually are able to get the kids through the line. So from what I've heard from her, it's improving. But even with her saying that, we're still working on what does it look like if we add carts out onto the campus to get more kids fed, or just have them outside of the cafeteria sometimes.
Right, because we definitely don't want the kids missing instructional minutes because they can't get food. That would not work. My next question is, how do we receive concerns? If someone had a concern, if someone says that their food doesn't look like this, how do they access? Do they send you emails? Is there a link on our website, or is there any way that our parents and community can give feedback on lunches?
For the parents, they can send us an email. We have our nutrition services email, so sometimes we receive emails through there. But if it's the students that are concerned about the quality of the food, we usually encourage them to bring that product to our kitchen manager's attention so that we can address it and figure out what happened. Because usually is it an issue from the central kitchen? Is it an issue from that particular site? Is it a vendor issue? Is it something where they literally opened the package and it was like that already? And when things like that happen, we have to contact the vendor immediately and let them know and send pictures and send samples. And there's a whole process that goes along with the type of complaint for the quality control.
Okay, almost finished. I agree with my board colleague. I've received a lot of pictures, and our pictures that I received do not look like those pictures. So my question is also, I've heard at a lot of sites they run out of food and they don't actually get what's on the menu, which some students plan ahead to bring things and they see the menu before they decide I'm going to bring, something from home. What is our policy and protocols when we run out of food? How does that work?
So we rely on the managers at the sites. So the managers have all been trained that if at any point they run out of something, we also have the daily options. So at the elementary sites, we actually offer three items daily. And so if they don't have the main entree, they can also have one of the items that are on the daily options menu. So there's always the bean and cheese burrito, there's the quesadilla, sometimes they have the chicken sandwich, and our sites keep that in stock and available in the event that they are short on the count. But if they are short on the count and they run out of meals, what they're been trained to do is increase the meal for the next run or the next time we serve that item so that they don't run out of the meal. So they're supposed to increase and cushion the count so that we don't run out. But if they are running out, then again, that may mean more training and seeing at what exactly is happening there. But there should always be a menu item available.
So do you guys kind of just follow a certain trend of saying historically this is how many people eat on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, or something like that, or is that?
Yeah, it's based on what the menu item is. So we know that BUSD's spaghetti and meat sauce, that's like a popular thing at some of our elementary schools. So we kind of know which items are some of our more popular and which ones aren't. And so the managers, since they're there at the sites, they know like, okay, on this given day, I'll typically serve this many students, and they cushion that number. Now the issue may be, this is a whole other situation, the issue may be why they're running out of food. So they cushion the number, let's say they assume that they're gonna serve about 300, that number is cushioned. But because all of the meals are free, and we are not using a point of sale where the student is putting in a PIN number, some of those students are coming up 2-3 times. And so what they thought they had as a count of 300 has now doubled or tripled, and they've run out of food on the popular food day. So it's monitoring that because technically we are supposed to be monitoring that with clickers or some sort of point of sale to make sure that one student gets one breakfast or lunch each day, and that one student doesn't get 3 breakfasts and 3 lunches in one day. So that may be part of the issue for running out of meals, but again, it takes looking into exactly what's going on there.
It sounds like the kitchen managers are really important. Can you tell me how often you meet with our kitchen managers?
Once a month is usually when we do our monthly training. I also check in with them through email. My nutrition coordinator checks in with them daily. She also does site visits. So we're constantly in communication with them, and we're updating them and training them on the latest once a month.
Okay, I'm sorry, 2 more questions. One, I'm wondering if on the Friday memo we can be provided lunch schedules. I think it might be important to just come by at lunch and actually see what it looks like in person, because again, the pictures that we see look a little bit different. And then last, I know that you said that, you know, you're really trying to analyze where we are in our district. When is the last time parents or students were surveyed on school lunches?
Probably my first year here. I did a survey at Mayfair and Bellflower because we wanted to bring in new items. And so we actually did a survey. We had taste tests, tables set out, and they did the sticker test on the poster boards. And so from those poster boards, we started implementing the newer items that we put onto the menu. That was before COVID hit.
So 4 years ago.
Probably about 4 years is the last time we officially surveyed students and parents.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm just going to go ahead and follow suit here. Maybe we'll save you a trip from coming back. First of all, thank you for all your work. I appreciate it. And are you also responsible for like the food, the catering?
Yes.
Great job. Great job.
Thanks.
So most of these questions will be very fast, and some of them could be probably yes or no. Okay, I noticed the freight farming. I've heard of that. I've heard cases of that, and I think it's a great idea. Do you think that's something that you would support at BUSD, and do you see it as a possibility for our district?
Of course, yeah.
Awesome. Outside vendors. Do we currently allow outside vendors to sell food, like fresh foods, on campus?
Not without approval.
So do we?
No.
Okay.
Not supposed to.
So we don't have any approved vendors that, for students that want something different, that can afford it, can.
No, it has to be approved. Basically, like, okay, let's say that there's a pizza place across the street. If we want to start bringing that pizza onto campus for the kids to have that, they have to meet the certain guidelines.
For funding.
Yes, for funding.
Absent the funding, and then just as an option for students to buy food.
Yeah, so that would be any food sold on campus have to meet the guidelines. It's in our wellness policy.
Okay.
In the BUSD wellness policy.
Is that a legal thing or is that a board policy thing? I mean, board policies can be legal, ed code, or it could just be this is what we do. As in Bill.
Like ABC, I know has fresh food
It's not
carts.
legal. It's more of like a board policy.
Oh, you say it's not legal?
Like there's not going to be any
Right. I think it.
There's not going to be any like funding or anything taken away because
like
it's not our meal. Yeah.
So like districts that have like fresh fruit carts for students to purchase food, like that's something that's not abnormal, right?
So anything that the kids are purchasing, if they're purchasing meals on campus, it has to be pre-approved that it's following the guidelines. Now, if it's sold separately, is that what you're saying? Like if it's sold separately, then no, it would just follow our BUSD wellness policy. It wouldn't be part of the nutrition services.
Okay.
Yeah, does that?
Yep. My remarkable just died, so I have to remember my questions now.
Okay.
Dang it. You might have just lucked out. Shoot. Oh, okay. Do we have a waste problem with school lunches?
I believe we do, yes.
Are students in the elementaries, are they allowed to have seconds if they're still hungry?
Yes, so there are posters up or signs that if they want a second meal, and this is federally funded government terminology, but yes, if they want a second meal, that second meal is to be purchased. The reason for that is if we were to be audited and an auditor comes in and sees a student getting a second meal for free, that meal is then a cost to the district. And usually what they do if they see something like that is they charge the district for all of the meals served at that site for that day, because there's no procedure or protocol making sure that they're following the guidelines.
So if we give seconds a free meal to a hungry kid, we'll get charged for the
If
whole
an
day.
auditor sees it.
How often has that happened?
Once every 4 or 5 years. I'm still waiting on CDE to confirm, but the last schedule that I took a look at was we're supposed to get audited next year. I
Okay.
emailed them to confirm that, and I'm still waiting, but
But
it's
an
coming.
auditor's never like walked on campus spontaneously and said, "Hey, kid," and slapped the tray on his
I've
hand or
heard
something.
stories, but I haven't seen it.
It happens.
Does
I've
it?
seen it.
Yeah, I've heard stories, but I personally have never seen it, but
Okay.
it
And Mr.
happens.
Critchfield, that's why we also have the share tables, because we
Right.
do encourage the students to take advantage of that share table where we encourage students to put anything that they're not going to eat on their tray, and we do have some students that take advantage of that.
Yeah. Okay. And there was one more. For the sake of time, I'll just add it in the email for you.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you.
Thank you, board members. I will add my questions to the Friday memo document. Okay. And thank you so much, Ms. Crump.
Okay,
for your
thank you.
time.
Thanks.
So the next presentation is on bond update, and I'll turn it over back to Mrs. Hojin.
Thank you, Dr. Drotti. Appreciate it. Tonight, we would like to present the board with the bond update since we're reaching the bond's 10-year mark. So as part of tonight's update, we will be including information regarding the background of the bond committee's responsibilities, the audit for the 2021-2022 fiscal year that is part of tonight's consent agenda, and information regarding the opportunity to refinance bond funds.
May I use a point of privilege real quick, please?
Yes.
So just a little bit of history here. The voters within the boundaries of our district approved a $79 million bond back in 2012 for the first time in Bellflower Unified's history. The full text of the ballot measure known as Measure BB included language that stated the facilities and improvements to be financed by the bonds included the modernization, the replacement, renovation, construction, and other improvements to the facilities of the district. The text of the bond clearly restricted the use of funds for administrative salary benefits or pension. Oops, apologize. So as required by law, an independent citizens committee had to be established to ensure the funds would be properly spent. Therefore, the board passed a resolution allowing them to appoint a 7-member committee to fulfill the responsibilities required. The committee was established and has been fulfilling their responsibilities by holding quarterly meetings, reviewing expenditures to determine that bond proceeds have been expended for the purposes set forth in the measure, reviewing the annual audit and providing a public presentation to the school board during open session, which will be done tonight, the annual report. And it's important to understand that the committee does not review district expenditures of other funds, which means that once all bond funds are expended, the bond committee will no longer be in existence once all the responsibilities related to the bond have been fulfilled. They also do not select the audit firm, approve designs, plans, schedules, or projects, contracts, or change orders. And all the legal publicizing activities and updates to the website are a responsibility of the district. Additionally, it is the board's responsibility to appoint or reappoint the committee members to the bonds when there's a vacancy. apologize. As shared previously, the text of the ballot called for proceeds to be used for improvements of facilities of the district, which included modernization, replacement, renovation, and construction improvements. Based on the general obligation bond, the language of projects that were identified included deferred maintenance items such as roofing, HVAC units, fire alarms, concrete and electrical needs. Projects that included architect estimates and educational upgrades to facilities included project list for HVAC and lighting retrofit at both our high school gymnasiums, the turf soccer field, a STEM building, which actually ended up becoming an upgraded STEAM building, which you heard earlier today in regards to our dedication ceremony that's going to be taking place Monday for that building. Mayfair Sports Fields, Ramona Elementary Multipurpose Building, additional bus parking for the maintenance yard, our Ron Yeri Track and Field, Craig Williams walk replacement, and Thomas Jefferson parking lot. We want to point out that while all of these were projects identified as allowable within the measure for bond proceeds to go towards, for the bond proceeds to be able to fund, we did use some other funds at times to help stretch the funding money. We had some Prop 39 funding that helped us to do some of these projects, and we also had some E-rate funding that helped us to complete some of these. Additionally, the city of Bellflower, through a joint agreement, repaid the bond for the turf soccer field, and the bond committee monitored these expenditures by receiving quarterly financial reports and project list updates. Priority of projects were determined based on the need as well as the funding. Next slide. So project lists were created, which included architectural estimates for cost. This slide here shows projects that were on the list to be covered with bond funds. 3 of the 4 projects have been started due to the fund, 3 of the 4 projects have not been started due to the funds from the bond being depleted because of other projects. So this actually occurred due to cost of projects increasing as well as changes of scope of work. So as I mentioned earlier, for example, the STEAM building originally was estimated to be $29 million, and that was because at the time it was supposed to be a STEM building. Once it became a STEAM building, it went up, and when it went out to bid, it was at $39 million just going out to bid, and then with change orders, we're over $43 million this. So as you can see here, that then depleted some of those original funds, which has left some of the projects not to be completed. Those decisions, whether or not to move forward with some of the projects that were not completed due to the bond, is not the responsibility of the bond committee, but it is a responsibility of the Board of Education based on funding resources. And now I would actually like to invite and turn it over to Mark Dameron, who is our bond chair, to present our annual report for the 22-23 year. Linda Morgan, our secretary, I know is also here, and in her role helped produce the annual report as part of the bond committee's obligations, that the committee must report an annual report to the board in public. While the full fiscal year has not ended, the report may be presented at any time as long as there's one annually. And because the funds are pretty much depleted and the last project that will be funded with Measure BB is almost complete, we wanted to present it tonight along with other bond information to help provide a full picture of this journey. So now I will turn it over to Mr. Dameron. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, President Garza and honorable board members and members of the community who are here. The Citizens Oversight Committee of the Bellflower Unified School District was formed pursuant to Measure BB for the purpose of actively reviewing and reporting on the expenditures of Measure BB bond proceeds. The COC is required to advise the public as to whether the district is in compliance with Article 13A of the California Constitution, Measure BB, and the provisions of Education Code Section 15278 and following. The committee will inform the public by issuing a written report on the results of its activities once a year, which shall be presented to the district board in a public session and would make and be made available on the district website. So that is obviously why I'm here tonight. The current membership of the Citizens Oversight consists of Mark Dearman, Chairperson, Gregory June, Vice Chairman, Linda Morgan, Secretary, Rick Kapinian, Member, Yolanda Melendez, Member, and Moesh Kaninen, Member. The summary of the proceeds and activities. The COC has met quarterly at the district office to receive, discuss, and review information pertaining the bond expenditures and projects on the following dates: October 27th, 2022, January 26th, 2023, and May 4th, 2023. The committee reviews and reports on the expenditures of Measure BB proceeds, but does not provide direction or make decisions. With the bond funds being depleted, the committee's work is coming to an end. The committee will meet one more time on April 18th, 2024, to receive the final audit report for the 2022-2023 and present their last annual report at the May 24th school board meeting. In compliance with the Ralph M. Brown Act, each meeting has been open to the public and normally scheduled with agendas duly posted and noticed. Meeting minutes have been taken, approved, and posted on the district website, which is www.busd.k12.ca.us, and that can be found on the web, and the reports can be found on the website under Governance and the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Bond proceeds have been used only for specific purposes and not for any teacher or administrator salaries or operating expenses. The district has conducted an annual independent performance audit to ensure that the funds have been expended only on specific projects listed. The district has conducted an annual independent fiscal audit of the proceeds from the sale of the bonds. The finance report for the 2022-2023 fiscal year is as follows. The beginning fund balance on July 1st, 2022 was $6,323,583. The total revenues were $65,138. Total expenditures were $5,025,209, and the ending fund balance as of June 30th, 2023 was $1,363,511. Once completed, the district will provide the COC with a copy of a 2022-2023 annual bond fiscal audit and performance audit. As stated under the May 4th, 2023 meeting summary, the 2021-2022 fiscal year financial and performance audit was completed, and a full copy of the audit was provided to all committee members. Below is a brief summary of the audit report's findings. Beginning fund balance July 1st, 2021 was $21,409,330. Total revenues were $137,780. Total expenditures were $15,223,527, and the end of year balance was $6,323,583. There was no findings related to the financial audit of Measure BB Bond Building Fund for the year ended June 30th, 2022. The audit also reported that in regards to last year's audit findings, references 2021-001, closing procedures, construction retainage year-end accruals, that the recommended procedures have been implemented. The auditor reviewed 27 transactions totaling $805,651, which represents 97% of the total expenditures of $15,223,527. The results indicated that in all sufficient respects, the district has properly accounted for the expenditures of the funds held in Measure BB Bond Building Fund, and that such expenditures were made on authorized bond projects. The remaining projects that are still currently under the bond are the Mayfair High School Steam Building, the Mayfair High School sports fields, Thomas Jefferson Elementary School parking lot, and the BSUD maintenance yard for additional bus parking. I reported at the December board meeting that when the steam building is completed, that will deplete the $79 million approved by the voters. This is still the case, and due to, as explained earlier, eloquently by staff, due to unexpected supply chain shortage and rise in prices, the other remaining projects will go before this board in future meetings for your consideration, and that, of course, would be the sports field at Mayfair, the parking lot at Jefferson, and the maintenance yard. And it was reported to the COC that those options are actually already in the works and being prepared, for your consideration. It was reported to the COC that the steam building will be completed soon. And as I'll say, there is going to be a ribbon cutting Monday. The teachers have toured the building and are very excited to get their classrooms ready for the new school year in the fall. So, in conclusion, I have to formally say that the COC concludes that the district has complied with Article 13A, Section 1B3 of the California Constitution, the Measure BB, and Education Code 15278, and following, in that the bond proceeds spent to date have only been spent for the construction, or reconstruction, or rehabilitation, or replacement of school facilities, including furnishings and equipping of school facilities, or acquisition or lease of real property for school facilities. No proceeds were spent on teacher salaries, administrative salaries, or on operational expenses. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dameron. And as he shared with you, as part of their annual report, they have an obligation to present information regarding the audit. However, in tonight's agenda, it is one of the consent items that you are approving. So wanted just to take a little bit more time just to review some of the information on the for the audit. It is a 17-page document, and you received a hard copy of that as well tonight also, and it was attached to the agenda as well for tonight. We can go to the next page. So here you see the table of contents of the audit, and again, this is strictly for the bond. This has nothing to do with our normal district audit that was presented back in January, but this is strictly for bond proceeds. And so here you see that it is made of 17 pages, and just want to point out some of the highlights of the meat, I should say, of this audit. We can take the next slide. So here you will see the scope of work, which clearly identifies what the objectives of the performance audit are. And this is a copy taken strictly from the audit that you have the hard copy in front of you. For this audit, it's very simple. It is in that it determines if the expenditures that were charged to Measure BB were appropriate based on the project list and ballot language approved by the voters. And again, the scope of this audit is only for the fiscal period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, which is what was delivered to the board and the Bond Oversight Committee, and again, tonight in tonight's consent agenda. Next slide, please. Here, this page, again, the meat of the audit provides financial information for the fiscal year being audited. So the revenues are basically composed of interest. The expenditures are based on allowable project expenses during the fiscal year, and it provides information regarding the ending fund balance. that change that occurred based on revenue and expenditures. So as you can see, the year roughly started at a little over 21.5 million and ended with about 6.3 million. And again, most of those costs were due to the STEAM building. Then the next page provides the reader information regarding the procedures used and the conclusion reached by the auditor. So what they did is they took 27 transactions, which basically represented 97% of the total expenditures. They sampled invoices and reviewed documentation looking at project lists to see if they fell within the voter-approved bond project list. And here you can see the conclusion there that all of the revenues were used appropriately. And our next slide here, this page is an important page because it would show whether there were any findings. And here we are happy to report, as Mr. Dameron also shared in the annual report, that there were no findings for the 21-22 fiscal year for our audit. Sorry. The next page there, the next slide, reports on the prior year findings and whether or not they have been implemented. And we did have a finding in 2021, and that was an overstated expenditure because the amount was based on retainage for the entire construction project versus actual construction costs just for that year. So we have since corrected, and you can see there at the bottom that it has been implemented. So when a finding is found in the previous year, they give you corrections, you adjust them, and then they come back to ensure that those were implemented. And again, we have implemented those changes, which is why we have no findings, and this is not an ongoing finding. Okay, finally, as part of our presentation, as I mentioned earlier, is that we were trying to put this whole package together, and we are at the 10-year mark, so we actually have an opportunity to refinance our bond funds, and we have invited Mark Farrell to share with you a potential action item for our May 25th board meeting that would ask the board to consider a resolution to refinance bond funds and provide an overall cost savings to our taxpayers without costing the district money. So Mark Farrell is here with Dale and Scott, and they are our bond financial advisors. And so thank you, Mark, for being here, and I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, President Garza, board members, Dr. Drati, cabinet. I am Mark Farrell with Dale Scott and Company. We served as the district's financial advisor for Measure BB, helping get it planned, passed, and then issued. And so the full $79 million was not issued all at one time. It was actually issued in two different series, the first in March of 2013 and the second in July of 2015. And generally, with municipal bonds, there's a period of 10 years once the bonds are sold where they cannot be refinanced. Both the first and second series had that provision, and now that we're in 2023, the district has the option to potentially refinance the Series A bonds. We can go to the next slide. And refinancing a bond is at a high level very similar to refinancing a home mortgage. When interest rates are lower today than the interest rates on the existing bonds, you can refinance the bonds at a lower interest rate, and the interest rate savings that you get are passed on to your community's taxpayers in the form of lower tax rates every year. Refinancing the bonds does not extend the term, so we're not changing the length of payments. We're simply swapping higher interest rate bonds for lower interest rate bonds. The costs associated with refinancing the bonds are actually paid proceeds. The savings numbers that we'll show you are net of those costs. They would not impact the general fund, and they're contingent. So if for some reason the financing doesn't move forward, there's no cost to the district. Lastly, only the portion of the bonds that are economical to be refinanced would. This is a different, say, from a home mortgage, right? We do a 30-year home mortgage. We have one interest rate for the entire 30 years. With bonds, we're actually over, say, a 30-year bond. You're selling bonds that mature every single year, and every single year has a different interest rate. Those rates are fixed for the life of the bond, but when we actually go to refinance the bonds, we'll look at each individual maturity and say, does it make sense to refinance this maturity? Is it going to save the taxpayers money by refinancing? If not, we'll leave it out. And so they have a summary of what kind of the economics are today. And right now, where interest rates are, it would make sense to not refinance the whole the whole portion of the Series A bonds, only refinancing about $20.2 million. We would be refinancing the maturities from 2025 to 2038, the maturities from 2039 to 2042. As of interest rates earlier this week, just didn't make sense, didn't kind of cross the threshold where it'd be beneficial to the district at this time. So the average interest rate on the old bonds, the bonds we're refunding, is 4.25%. Current rates are about 3.2%, so a little bit over 1 percentage points of savings. Estimated issuance costs around $250,000. That's everything. That's our fees, the underwriting fees. That's the investment bank that sells the bonds, the legal fees, the rating agency. So, like consumers, municipal bond issuers have a credit rating. So we go to the rating agencies, Standard & Poor's and Moody's, to get an updated rating for the district. So all of those costs are included in that line item. And so after all of those costs, taking into consideration the interest rate savings, almost $2.2 million of savings to the community's taxpayers. If we look at that, and those savings are going to be realized every year between 2025 and 2038. It's about $145,000 or so a year on average. And so if we take that and say, okay, what is that in today's dollars? That's the equivalent of about $1.7 million in today's dollars. And really the reason we look at it is more of a benchmark to decide, is this a good time to refinance the bonds? Should we be thinking about when maybe we need to wait until interest rates are a little bit better? That bottom number, the present value savings as a percentage of the refunded principal, 8.45%. The industry standard kind of minimum is 3% savings is when you'd consider moving forward with the refinancing. We tend to be a little bit more conservative than that and say probably more like 5% is where we'd recommend once it's above 5% to go ahead and move forward. So we're at almost 8.5%, so relatively high savings percentage. And then lastly, looking at the schedule, with the district's direction, the board's direction, if you would like to move forward, we would have council prepare the resolution that would be available for the board's consideration on May 25th. If the board decides to move forward on May 25th, we would go to the rating agency, update the district's credit rating, start preparing and finalizing the preliminary official statement. Legal counsel prepares that document. It's basically the offering document that goes to investors, discloses anything that an investor would want to know before they purchase the district's bonds. And then looking at potentially pricing, selling the bonds, locking in interest rates around July 25th. So interest rates would fluctuate between now and when the district could sell its bonds there in late July. And then August 1st, we'd post the final official statement. About August 16 is when the financing would close. So interest rates will be locked on or around July 25th, and then it just takes a couple weeks to do all the legal documentation to finalize everything.
So again, at this time, this is just informational. It's something that would be brought back to the board should the board want to decide to move forward, and it would be brought back in a form of a resolution. However, we wanted to make sure to provide this information to you here so that you could have some of that background regarding when the item is brought up to be able to understand what is being brought in front of you. Any questions for Mark before he leaves?
Yes. Board Member Mendoza, any questions?
I think interest rates, my only experience with that is AP Econ, and so I am not quite an expert in this realm. But from the sound of the presentation, there's not really an incentive. Oh no, the incentive is because the interest rates are really high right now. This is why it's a ripe time to...
Interest rates, well, there's kind of two things. A lot of it has to do with the march of time. So when you issued the bonds 10 years ago, the bonds that matured in 2038, I'm trying to do all the math in my head, those were about 25 years out into the future. Now those are only 15 years out in the future. So just by being 10 years down the road, interest rates on that 15-year bond is going to be lower than a 25-year bond. So the reason to take advantage of the opportunity now is interest rates today are lower. The interest rates would be lower on the bonds today if you refinance them than they were back in 2013.
Okay, that makes sense. The question I was going to ask was about like when was the right time to take this action, but it sounds like it's now. So that's pretty clear, and I feel like I'm out of my league here, so I'll leave it to my colleagues.
Board Member Armstrong?
Yes, just one. Can you give me one reason why now wouldn't be a good time? Like some argument, any argument against it?
I guess the argument would be if you think interest rates are going to drop, fall in the near future, you could play the waiting game and see what happens. We typically don't try to time the market. There may be some times where we look at things and say it's really not a good time, but we tend to look more at kind of the benchmark levels and say, okay, are we above, the 5% level?
Right.
As opposed to trying to say, well, we think interest rates are really good right now. Let's take action right now.
And is this a regular or a common thing for districts to refinance their bonds?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question. So if the interest rates go down, is there a time where you can refinance these again?
Yes. So typically we would set another between 8 to 10 years on this particular series. But then you also have the Series B bonds that are able to be refinanced in 2025. So again, assuming a favorable market in 2025, be able to refinance the Series B bonds. So a little bit of, let's say dollar cost averaging, right? If we, don't necessarily pick the absolute perfect low point in the market, maybe 2 years from now, you do, so. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. And so finally here, we just want to conclude, provide some of the next steps. As you heard today, we are at the 10-year mark journey for the bond committee, and I want to take this time to thank all of our current active bond members that have been on the bond committee, because they do volunteer their time, and they have volunteered for the last 10 years. Most of our members have been on that bond committee with us through the journey. I joined them towards the end, so I do want to thank you for that. Unfortunately, too, we lost two great members on that committee that were with us, Kirk Reel and Eddie McConnell, during that time, but they also contributed a lot of this time to us. We still have one more meeting, and that's going to be the meeting where we're going to be reviewing the financials for this current year. And as stated earlier, that's our April 18th meeting, and then doing our final presentation to the board, slated right now to be on May 24th for our meeting next year. We're already planning that way, but it could change. And then the district's responsibility to continue to keep the website up for the bond. And so all of the information presented tonight in regards to the annual report will be there. But again, really want to thank our bond committee members. They've really hung in there with us and have really stepped up. So thank you.
Yeah, 10 years is a long time to sit in the bond committee. I've been in a lot of districts. We have a lot of bonds in places I've been in. Never seen it this long. So thank you for hanging in there. In the future years, it's not going to be that long, I don't think. I think I'm going to pause here because we have several presentations, and I don't think I set this up properly. Some people may think, why these random conversations in the board meetings and all that? There's a rationale behind this. As we're moving forward as a district, there are a lot of things that we want to try to improve the district on. And unless we study what they are, there's no way to be able to know where to go next. And so all these presentations that we're presenting tonight are about coming out to the community, explaining where things are in some of these areas. Because in my mind as superintendent, I'm thinking about going forward. How do we take the situation and move forward? And while I'm formulating the strategic plan for the district and all that, people need to want to know what the challenges are. So these conversations are going to help us eventually, as I'm doing my listening tour and all that. I'm going to point things out. For example, I'm going to be talking about bonds that we need to improve our facilities and things like that. But if you don't have these conversations ahead of time, what happened to the last bond? Why did it take 10 years? And just stuff out there. I'd rather air all that stuff out so we can plan as we move forward in the future. we at least have context as to what the struggles have been and where we want to go next. So with that, we talked about nutrition services because we have some eyes on how to improve food and nutrition services, but there's going to be some decisions we got to make. We talked about, what was the first one we talked about? Yeah, that was the first one, all right. and then we talked about, it's been a long night, and then we talked about the bonds because, as I mentioned, I'm thinking about future ideas. The next item we will be talking about is this community schools program, and this is an initiative that's throughout the county. It's spearheaded by LA County Office of Education, and it's about providing wraparound services to support our families and our students and all that. And there's, and I know we have semblances of that in this district, but what I wanted to do was invite Dr. Avila to talk about where we are in terms of the community schools program, how LACO can support us, the LA County Office of Education can support us, and then where we want to go. Okay, so where are we right now in terms of our programming, and then where we want to go next. So with that, I'm going to invite Dr. Avila to lead us in that conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Girardi. At this time, I actually would like to invite Dr. Michelle Flowers from LACO to provide a presentation to provide the board with an update. We've had this opportunity to implement the school community initiative model at Bellflower Middle High School, and they're also going to share with the board the opportunity to expand that further in our district. And so at this time, turn it over to Dr. Flowers to provide an update.
Thank you so much, and good evening, Board President Garza, members of the board, Superintendent Girardi, members of the community. Really excited to be here this evening and really honored to have this opportunity to share. My name is Michelle Costello Alferez. I'm honored to serve as the director of the Los Angeles County Office of Education's Community Schools Initiative. So in this presentation this evening, I'll be joined by my wonderful colleagues who are here with me. Oh, there they are. Dr. Danielle Scipio, a community schools specialist at Bellflower Middle High School, as well as Miss Ashley Lucchese, who is the Dean of Climate and Culture at Bellflower. And so this evening during our presentation, we'll be sharing about a little bit about the background of community schools here at Bellflower, a little bit more about the California Community Schools Partnership Program Framework, from the state, as well as what the work looks like on the ground at Bellflower, as well as next steps, as Dr. Avila just mentioned. So with LACO Community Schools Initiative, our mission really is to disrupt inequities and break the cycle of poverty to truly transform schools into being hubs of the community. And really utilizing collaborative leadership at the center. We truly believe that students, staff, families, and communities are essential partners. Their voices, their agency is important so that all are seen, valued, and supported, ultimately. And really, we use this Community Schools Partnership Program framework, and you'll see the acronym CCSPP, only because it's a really long term. And so I'll use CCSPP throughout this evening. And really, the way that it is defined, community schools is defined, is it's a school that uses a whole child approach with an integrated focus on academics, health and social services, youth and community development, and community engagement. And when we think about community schools, rather than thinking about it as a program, it's really a strategy and a framework, and I'll get into that in just a moment. So back in 2019, this really is an unprecedented partnership that started in September of 2019. And it really is a partnership among LACO, the Los Angeles County Office of Education, county agencies, school districts, and community-based organizations, and really leveraging back in 2019, prior to the investment from the state, but leveraging the partnership and the investment from our partners from the Department of Mental Health. And so for 3 years, the Department of Mental Health funded this framework in our schools, and now with the investment of CCSPP, which is a $4.1 billion investment in the state, there have been opportunities for planning grants, implementation grants, as well as technical assistance grants. And so while here at Bellflower, and really what happened back in 2019 is we were able to fund community schools programs in 15 high schools across the county, Bellflower being one, and you could see the list of the other districts throughout the county and some of our partners. So as LA County, we, as mentioned before, here at Community Schools Initiative, we are grantees of the implementation grant. So as I mentioned before, there are 3 grants: planning grant, implementation grant, and also a technical assistance grant. So through LACO, we received an implementation grant to fund some of our 15 original sites that were funded through the Department of Mental Health. But now with the grant, we are now in year 1 of the grant, which is 5 years. And so the program goes from this year all the way up to 26, 27 in terms of funding. And what that provides is staffing of 1 full-time community school specialist, 1 full-time education community worker, as well as social work interns. And really their role is to help to coordinate the implementation of this framework, which includes, and I'll get to it in just a moment, collaborative leadership practices, needs and assets assessments, and really focusing on the integration of programs and supports and services. And so here is that CCSP framework that I mentioned. And you will see here, I won't go into a lot of detail around the framework, but what I wanted to point out is you could see that there are 4, we call this the 4x4. So there are 4 pillars, 4 cornerstone commitments, 4 key conditions of learning, and 4 proven practices. I will draw our attention to the 4 pillars, really is that foundation of community schools. So the first pillar is integrated student support. So again, it's being able to integrate the different services and resources that are on campus, so it doesn't feel like there are, different partners that are on campus but not integrated. So really integrating those pieces together. Family and community engagement, so leveraging and lifting up the work that has already been in place at the schools and strengthening that. Collaborative leadership and practices. So again, really leveraging and enhancing the voices, and not just the voices, but also the agency of all educational partners at the table to help make decisions and recommendations around community schools and the services. And then extended learning time and opportunities. So things that happen before and after school, and really seeing that. And so without further ado, I do want to introduce Dr. Danielle Scipio, our wonderful community school specialist at Bellflower, who will really bring to light and life what this work really looks like. So Dr. Scipio.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Good evening. So I started my role as the community school specialist at Bellflower in January of 2020, 6 weeks prior to the pandemic school closures. And so the data that we have here is reflective of the impact of the community school framework through March 2023. I won't go through each data point, but I would like to highlight the 21 community school advisory council meetings that are reflective of the shared leadership practices and a hallmark of the community schools approach. The Bellflower Community School Council includes some of the partners that you see listed to the right of the slide. Additionally, I want to highlight the data on the workshops, 173 workshops, 316 engagement events that also captured the community school pillars of family and community engagement and extended learning opportunities for students, which we will illustrate in the next 2 slides. Is it right? Okay. So these photos show the community school framework and the data from the previous slide in action. For example, the Buck Family Resource Center was established to increase parent engagement by distributing a monthly parent newsletter, hosting monthly parent workshops on topics like substance use, mental health, technology, and college and career readiness. as well as our Coffee with the Bucks, which is an opportunity for our community partners and school support staff to engage with parents. In 2022, we launched our Buck Bargains thrift store, which is a student-led effort to decrease the stigma for students that are in need of clothing. Our Wellness Garden is another student-led effort designed to provide a space for students and staff to decompress. And this year, we implemented a universal referral form for staff to use to refer students that are in need of mental health, substance use, social, emotional, or basic needs support. We have a wellness team that meets monthly to review the data to help inform our decisions around the integrated student supports that Michelle mentioned, and it's another pillar of our community schools. So I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Lucchese, and she will share a little bit more about the framework in action.
Thank you, Danielle. As Danielle mentioned, leveraging community partnerships is an essential component to the community schools framework. These photos highlight some of the events held in collaboration with community school partners. For example, we kicked off the year with Breaking Down the Walls, a program designed to create a safe environment for students to build empathy and understanding. We hosted student workshops on substance use prevention, financial literacy, and teen dating violence. This month, we hosted a wellness resource fair with over 20 partner organizations, including some that offered internships and job opportunities for our students. All of these events were impactful, but I want to acknowledge how having events like these and focused on issues like substance use prevention and teen dating violence have helped some of our students come forward to ask for help.
Thank you so much. And so now as far as next steps, because if you recall, mentioned earlier that we received the CCSPP grant through the CDE, we've been able, because of the investment and the continued commitment from the Department of Mental Health, we do have resources, and we've been able to offer expansion sites to the districts that we're currently in. And so through collaboration and discussion and dialogue and looking at data as well, the district has identified Mayfair Middle High School to be an expansion site for community schools. And what that would mean is really bringing on, similar to Dr. Cipio, bringing on a community school specialist as well as an education community worker full-time who would be working on these specific areas here, which is really building an understanding of what the community school framework is, and that learning for that community, for Mayfair. Developing a community school council. So you heard about, how do we bring together the voices in that collaborative leadership? And so really developing that council that's representative of all educational partners, conducting a really comprehensive needs and assets assessment of what's already on site and on campus. And earlier this evening, we heard from Principal Diaz about all the wonderful things that are happening. So lifting those pieces, and then through the comprehensive needs assessment, identifying where there are some potential gaps or areas that we can continue to strengthen. And then finally, develop a community schools plan, hopefully with the intention of applying then for the CCSPP grant in spring of 2024 that would leverage and provide 5 additional years of funding. So again, this first year being for funding through the Department of Mental Health, and then again with the intention. So we're just thrilled and so grateful and appreciative of the partnership with Bellflower, and just really thank you, and are excited to continue on with this journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cipio. Board Member Mendoza?
I don't have any questions.
Board Member Armstrong?
Thank you, President Garza. My question to you, what role does our teachers play in this model of community schools?
Yeah, so one of the pillars for the CCSPP framework, as mentioned earlier, is the collaborative leadership. And really, it is the foundation. So all educational partners, including teachers, are to be brought to the table, and that is through, and typically what we see in community schools, and it depends on the community school, is through a community school council, or sometimes they refer to it as a community school advisory. And so we heard a little bit from Dr. Scipio about what that is, but really important voice to be able to share feedback and input about what they're seeing in the classroom, what needs they might be seeing from students, and hearing from students.
The reason why I'm asking is because the teachers, I think, if we want to develop these community schools, they are actually our front line to our parents. So how are our teachers being used right now to connect with the parents for our children to bring it back to us? What we need, how does that look?
Yeah, I think that it varies for every community school. When we hear the word community school, one community school, you see one community school, you see one community school. So actually, I'll invite Dr. Scipio to maybe even share about what some of those things are, about how it looks at Bellflower.
Thank you. Yes. So last year we actually had 2 teacher champions that were helping support the community school framework. But in addition to that, I've also had teachers that participate regularly on our advisory council. So one example I can give is Mrs. Ellis, who is here tonight with some of her CTE students. We have partnered with her. I have a NAMI High School mental health club, and we work together to create that wellness garden. So that's one example. Also we have success classes, which are our SEL classes at Bellflower High School, and it's led by Ms. Toll and Mrs. Belomo. They're also on my council. And so we've been able to provide a lot of the financial literacy workshops and the teen dating violence workshops through their classes. And then last week when we had our resource fair, we had the teachers, bringing their classes out and making sure we created a passport to ensure that students went around to every booth and that they were able to collect those resources. So we partnered with the teachers to, market the resource fair, let them know what was available, and so that they could bring their students out.
Thank you. So you said 1 full-time community school specialist, 1 full-time education community worker, and social work interns. Are all of these employees out of LACO?
Yes, correct. They are LACO employees, correct.
And the association didn't have anything. I mean, I would just love, because we have great teachers that throughout the district. And okay, I was just wondering how we were using them. But you guys are all LACO employees doing this.
I think I'm trying to understand where you're getting at. I think I get the idea. So how do we know? Obviously, I'm excited about this mainly because of what I know about it, and we had it in the district where I came from. The philosophy behind the whole thing is to address the social issues that we deal with that impact learning, whether it be food insecurity, poverty, lack of resources, bullying, anxiety, gang issues out there, just all kinds of stuff that impact learning. I guess you have this community schools. It's a wraparound services, but there's no way 2 or 3 LACO people can solve these huge issues in our community. How does that, with the LACO people, knowing that you only got 2 people serving 10,000 students and families, how do we coordinate this thing to where it does impact the things that we want to see? And then what is that impact?
Yeah,
what impact are we looking for?
Yeah, thank you. And again, you bring up a really good point about 2 employees. And when we think about a community school, the idea of community, right, that's what's central to this framework. And that a community school specialist is really there to help to organize it and coordinate it and implement it alongside with the school community. And so really leveraging all voices, again, all educational partners, students, teachers, community partners, so that we're all coming together. But that one person, the community school specialist, really is that helping to orchestrate that, but not necessarily providing the direct service. So I think a misconception many times that people have around community schools is that it's a place, it's a program, and you send that person to community school room. And really, it's really about a holistic work, and that involves everybody. So,
and my excitement comes from the fact that we do have resources here because we're a concentration district and all that. We have counselors, we have this, that, and so, and then we also have partnerships with all these different agencies and all that. When I imagine this whole thing happening is you have community schools framework that's going to come curate all this and really establish the entire philosophy or way of being and utilizing our people.
Yes.
Whether it be parents or whether it be about just bringing some of the counselors or partners we have, but having a real coordinated efforts moving forward.
And if I can also add, Dr. Girardi, I know that as the staff at LACO works really closely with our community service workers who are direct in contact with Caring Connections, our school counselors, even our Dean of Climate and Culture has a real big part in the whole implementation of the framework, and it's really just bringing everybody together to help support students and staff and parents. And I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add to that.
yeah, I also wanted to add that the staff at the school really do integrate themselves within the school community and school culture and climate, and really are, while they're technical LACO employees, right, that the purpose really is to integrate all of the pieces together. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so when we, Bellflower applied for a grant for community schools, did we apply for a grant?
So it's a MOU that we would establish that as part of that partnership. Bellflower Middle High School was identified as one of those original 15 schools. So as it was mentioned earlier, 15 high schools were selected throughout the county, Bellflower being one of them, to be able to establish this partnership and implement the school community initiative framework. We're just now giving the opportunity to expand that beyond here in Bellflower Unified School District and expand that at Mayfair Middle and High School.
Okay. Was my question answered? My question is, did we, okay, tell me again.
They didn't apply for a grant.
So
It
we
was
didn't
part of an
apply for a
MOU
grant.
that LACO
So
had.
what LACO is doing actually is it has stepped up and start implementing this community schools for us.
If I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, LACO's the one that has the grant and created the MOUs with the 15 schools and actually got more funding to be able to add more schools on. And that's where the expansion of other schools is happening.
Right, so back in 2019, this was before the CCSPP grant was even available. So the CCSPP grant became available last year, was the first year of implementation grants that were available. So back in 2019, 3 years prior, LA County, through the Department of Mental Health, really leveraged those funds and being able to implement community schools at the 15 high schools. And so when the grants came out, through discussions with the districts, applied, and some of the districts decided to apply on their own. Some of the districts said, you know, we really appreciate the model. And so really, we applied for some of the districts who identify that they would like to continue the partnerships. And so what happened is that we applied for the CCSPP implementation grant, got the funding, continuing the work at Bellflower for continuity purposes, and then because we still have the funding through DMH, are able to offer an expansion with the idea and the thought that possibly expanding and applying for, with the intent of applying for the implementation grant in spring 2024. There are two more, just as clarification, there are two more implementation grant cycles that are available. So next year they will be releasing another application in winter of 2024, and then one more time the following year.
Okay, so now I understand, because I know some other schools, school districts apply for their own.
Correct.
And and they're utilizing it's kind of like the grassroots bottom up.
Correct.
Instead of top down. So, but anyway, I appreciate what you all are doing. I just really want to interface our teachers because they're the front line to our parents so that we can even engage even more.
Yes.
The community.
Yeah,
That's it.
absolutely. Thank you so much for that comment. And then also to say that LACO wears a couple of hats in this kind of space, where we also we're named one of the regional technical assistance centers, one of 8 across the states. And so we are working with some of those districts who are applying on their own and providing some of that support as they're implementing community schools. So absolutely, and happy to support all models of community schools, and teachers are absolutely essential.
Again, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course.
Board Member Stewart?
I just want to also thank you for everything that you guys do. I'm really excited about this, and especially, again, the Dean of Climate and Culture at our schools. I've seen what Ms. Lucchese's done in her first 100 days, and she's making a huge difference on our campuses and for our community, so I really appreciate that. I just have one question. The wellness support referral data, is that data sent to the district?
No, we just started it this year with our wellness referral support form. And so it's really a one-stop shop for teachers to be able to refer students for counseling, to see their counselor, or for mental health support or basic needs support. So we started it I think we started in October. And so we just started collecting the data monthly so that we as a wellness team can kind of look at it. In fact, that's how we have, I think you all know, we have LA CATA on our campus, a substance use provider. And so we noticed that our referrals in the beginning they were high and then they got low. So it's just a way for us internally to see like what our needs are. But we're happy to provide it if the district's interested in seeing it.
I think it would be important for our district to see what our needs are, and I would love to get a copy of that on the Friday memo if possible. Data is very important, and we need to start looking at more data. Thank you.
Sure.
Point of privilege, President Garza, can I step away? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, granted. Board Member Critchfield?
I too want to say thank you for all the work that you do for our students. And I do have a couple questions. So the funding right now comes from the grant that we had, the 5-year grant, right?
Correct.
Sorry.
For Bellflower Middle High.
For Bellflower.
Yes, correct.
And then when would we be thinking about expanding to Mayfair? Is there a tentative timeline?
Yeah, so we're hoping to expand starting next year and bring in the services at that time.
And you mentioned hopefully utilizing the additional grant in 2024. So what covers the expansion until that grant? Is it still coming?
If I misspoke. So the expansion is actually 23-24 for the 23-24 school years, leveraging the Department of Mental Health funds that we're receiving.
Okay.
Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. I'll watch the tape later. And would that include possibly, I know we have a wellness center at the Mayfair campus. Is that something that would probably happen through that? Because I know right now it's basically it's the cafeteria, and it'd be nice to see a better environment for.
So
a STEAM building.
So in preparation for this expansion conversation, Mr. Diaz and I and the LACO staff did talk about the expansion. And right now, yes, the cafeteria area is being used as a wellness center, but that was just temporarily until the STEAM building is now in place, so we can go ahead and expand more. And I know as part of our partnership, we do utilize, as mentioned earlier, it's bringing everything together in regards to the support from our counselors, our school community, CSWs, all of our team to bring it together. And the wellness center is a physical location in which we can engage students in for helping them self-regulate, co-regulate these skills, utilizing our SEL counselors to be able to do that. And the LACO team helps coordinate that with our staff to make sure it's systematized to help support students. I don't know if that helps.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. And just a question, how has that integration been so far over at Bellflower? Has it been pretty seamless as far as working with everybody? And
I'll have Dr. Cephas speak to that.
It has. I mentioned I started 6 weeks prior to the school closures, so I got to get to know everyone via Zoom mostly because I was there for 6 weeks. But it has been seamless. We actually created a virtual family resource center during the pandemic because when I started and the needs assessment was done, that was one of the first asks was that they wanted a physical family resource center. But since we couldn't do that, we did it virtually. And then when we returned, we now have a physical space. So,
Awesome.
yeah.
Well, thank you again for all the work you're doing.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. I myself do have some questions. Let me grab them here. Thank you for doing all this work for us. It's obviously impactful for our kids and our campuses. I appreciate Board Member Armstrong's question. That actually was going to be one of the questions I was asking. And going forward, you did mention that we would be having a full-time community school specialist, a full-time education community worker. Would we be able to get maybe updates from them to the board just to see how things are going, and then that way we can kind of, if maybe something is needed, we can coordinate with you.
Yes, absolutely.
How would that be done?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just taking the lead from our wonderful partners in the district office and the executive staff, and we will be here when you would like those updates.
So, Ms. Garza, I'm hearing wanting regular updates regarding the implementation of school community initiative, and I heard from Ms. Stewart regarding data matrix, and on a regular basis we can provide more information as part of the Friday memo, and then establish some dates in which we can provide either quarterly updates or some sort.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That would be great. And let's see. I believe, so you mentioned that the expansion money is there for, if I'm saying this correctly, 24, 25?
I think I misspoken. That's probably why the confusion. The expansion funds are available for 23, 24. Again, with the intent of hopefully applying for the CCSPP grant, since that one extends for 5 years. There is additional funding through the Department of Mental Health. Say, for example, worst case scenario, we don't get the grant. There's some additional funding to continue until hopefully we do get the grant to extend it for 5 years.
Okay, so if we don't get that grant in year spring,
24.
Yes, 24, 25.
Yes, correct.
I'm sorry, Ms. Garza, and in those cases, we recognize there is a possibility if we can consider the idea of starting the framework, and then at that point, if we are successful in receiving funding through the grant, great, or we have to then make a decision as working with Dr. Dradi on seeing if that's an area we would want to continue to fund as a district.
That, from what I remember, the design of it was the LACO was supposed to start this off as a pilot, and then if things work, then the districts take over. So so that was the intention. I'm glad they asked for more money, which is good. But I know initially it was more or less about we'll train you and then you guys take over. That's the whole concept.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's good to know too. That if that does happen, we would have to consider that being funded through us. Okay. And so you're saying that it's going to be expanded into Bellflower High School?
We're currently at Bellflower.
Currently, and into Mayfair.
Correct.
Are there any other sites that are identified? Or is this just for high school, middle schools?
Here at Bellflower, we unfortunately don't have the funding to expand at this point to additional schools beyond Mayfair. And so Mayfair is the site that has been identified. You're talking specifically here, not in other districts, correct?
Specifically, yes. No, thank you.
Are there ways to regionalize the support? Let's just say we have North Side and South Side School, and the two high schools being the main focus. But I'm looking at some of the trainings and all that. with the parents and all that, can it be expanded in terms of just having supporting the elementaries that feed into those schools as well, or is that a possibility, or?
Through the CCSPP funding, the funding is identified for those specific sites. So Bellflower is the site that the funding is intended for. And then same with Mayfair. What I would say too, to that point of specific school sites, in order to do community schools really authentically and to do it justice, really is about that specific school community, right? So even though we have schools maybe in the same district or the same region, there are different needs and assets, right, of each school community. And so hence the focus on the funding for specific sites.
Madam President?
Yes.
Point of personal privilege?
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Armstrong.
So with that, that's just a way of growing methodically. You start with one school, you start with another, you continue with another. So we can grow into our elementary schools. So that all I see is growth.
Correct.
All right, that's all I see is growth, so thank you.
Yes, of course. And again, just reiterating the fact that CCSPP, there are 2 more rounds of funding. One next year in winter of 2024, and then the following year. And at this point right now, the CDE hasn't said or released any more possible cohorts beyond that. So again, a couple years of the opportunity. So, yeah.
So with that, because for instance, there may be a community or a school, because it's per school. Is it possible that, if it depends on how fast we want to grow. I don't want to just grow and it becomes nothing. It has to have meaning. It has to have some meat behind it. It has to be developed. So, however, LACO's doing one end, and in a sense, they're showing us how to do it. If we so dare to apply for a grant for a specific school, then would that be possible?
Absolutely.
See,
different districts are taking different models. Some are going full on, we're going to grow this district wide. Some are saying, you know what, maybe let's start with a feeder pattern. Maybe let's just start with the secondary schools, and then the following year we're going to apply for some additional sites. So all things to consider as you think about the growth moving forward. And as LACO, we're here to support you all the way in whichever decisions you make.
I have a question. Who writes the grant to extend the program?
So for the CCSPP grant, we, in collaboration with the districts, write the grant.
Okay, so Dr. Trotti, do we have a grant writer? Okay, and then my next question, it might be to Dr. Trotti, I'm not sure, one of you, but how much is it to run this program if we did not get a grant?
Sorry. I should start over. So the design for this is to bring some people from LACO, different people that understand this, and to help us curate all of our resources. And the resources we do have, which we do have a lot in this district, making sure that we're all working in concert towards a specific outcome that we want to see, they're going to help us with that. On top of that, they'll help us identify areas that we don't have, and then find resources there. So the money, the majority of the money is not really for the LACO people that are coming in. The councils that we have, the different resources, partnerships that we have, the contracts that we have, are the bulk of the resources. Then that's our money, not from this grant. But the expertise comes from the way I see this. Expertise does come from LACO. And those people, I know the grant helps fund for. So eventually, if you want to expand on your own, and if they're doing a good job here, like LACO wants us people to take over, yeah, we can go back and then once we know the information, it's a matter of just having somebody on top really coordinate all of us, whether we keep one of them or 2 of them or or we have somebody, if they're going out to do other stuff because of LACO Center or somewhere else, then we have to have somebody here that'll help us, and we will pay for that.
So it would depend on staffing, how we run the program, all of those. So can I ask a follow-up then?
Yeah.
How much was the grant that we received for 2023-24?
So the grant is 5 years, and each year annually, it's based on the enrollment of the school psych. So it can go anywhere from 250 to 500,000 per year per school. For Bellflower, I think we're looking at 500,000 based on the enrollment for Bellflower Middle High School.
Thank you.
Of course.
With keeping in mind that the end goal was to make us independent and be able to provide these resources for our own communities, do we have someone on staff who is knowledgeable and can pick up and continue this?
Yeah, we have, they are working up with some great staff that we have here. Even though their roles are different, they're gaining the expertise, but when it comes time to say we need a coordinator or director or something like that, then that's when we make that decision. Right now, LACO's supplying that support for us, but eventually we're gonna have to invest in it.
Thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
And for your services.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the last presentation is the revised board policy 5141.21, administering medication and monitoring health conditions. And I'll bring back up Dr. Willem Avila to present, to do the presentation.
All right, good evening again. Thank you, Mr. Buffington, lifesaver. So yes, board, I will be providing an update regarding a recommendation to update this board policy, and I will be providing a presentation to provide the board and the community with awareness of this particular topic. I would like to start off with background. Across the country and right here in LA County metro area, there's been a dangerous drug, fentanyl, and that it's been devastating families and communities. And unfortunately, this deadly drug has also made its way in the presence of youth. This has led us as a district to review our processes, our policies, our procedures. And in looking at this, we really looked at going back to reflect what are our policies. And then in this particular area, we do have a policy that speaks to the administration of medication and monitoring health conditions. So this is where we would update this policy to reflect an item that we'll be speaking to shortly in the next slide regarding implementation of making naloxone available at our school sites, which is a life-saving medication that can reverse the effects of an overdose from opioids, heroin, fentanyl, and prescription opioid medication. So we wanted to, as I mentioned earlier, update our board policy to be able to implement this medication should we need to. But in that process too, the board policy also speaks to current practices we have in the district that need to be reflected in the policy. So that's a little bit of background for the board. I should have mentioned, board, earlier on, there will be a section in which I will be asking for input from the board. But if you have any questions throughout the presentation, please feel free to stop me too. I wanted to provide the board and the community with an overview of the policy updates. So for the community to be aware that we do update policies, and in that, for the board's reference too, we'll strike out old language and then add new language. So as you can see in the policy, a lot of the policy is updated to reflect current things that we needed to be reflected. This are highlights of the policies for the board and community's awareness. So first bullet has to do with education code. This is the education code, which is 489423, which provides the authority for school districts to be able to administer medication during regular school days as prescribed by a physician. And this may be administered by our school nurse or other designated school personnel. We also, so that's one section that was updated in the board policy. Another item that was updated in the policy, which is a current practice, we have students who may require the use of, I always have trouble saying this one, epinephrine auto injectors in case of an anaphylactic reaction. So we have this currently in place. We have students with healthcare plans. We have training of staff, but our policy needed to be updated to reflect the administration of this medication. This is the one item that we wanted to really speak to is the naloxone, and there'll be a slide in the presentation to speak to this a little bit more. But naloxone is a nasal spray that is now available at our school sites, and to be able to administer should we need to do so. Also, we wanted to also take the position not to create any mixed confusion on our campuses about prohibiting the administration of medicinal cannabis to students on school grounds. The policy also speaks to protocols for training and administering medications by our staff, whether they're licensed or unlicensed, but ensuring that we have properly documented, trained, and supervised the administration of medication. So these are the major highlights of the board policy updates, and we wanted just to provide that awareness. But really focusing more on this was the driving force behind updating our policy, is because we wanted to establish policies. If we were going to have naloxone available at our school sites, we wanted to make sure our policy reflects our ability to administer it. So we have established guidelines that will govern the utilization of naloxone nasal spray. Our objective is to treat suspected opioid overdoses and get those who may be in that need transport them to the emergency room to reduce the number of fatal overdoses. So that was the main objective, is to have it available on our campuses, to be able to administer if needed, and then to get students transported to the emergency room. As part of this process, we have identified our Director of Health Services who would be overseeing this program and being able to ensure that we have adequate supplies at our school campuses, and also to oversee and coordinate our trainings. Our Director of Health Services has already begun the process of training our administration and our health assistants to be able to administer this medication. In addition, she's also responsible for maintaining records of our training, inspecting our programs, making sure things are stored properly, and conducted periodic evaluations of this implementation. So this was, like I mentioned earlier, this was the driving force for the updating of our board policy. And as in the development of the policy, we really engaged stakeholders in this work. We met with our wellness committee, we met with school administration, district staff, we actually took it to Superintendent Student Advisory Council, we engaged in our community partners from LA CADA, from Community Family Guidance, we engaged members of Citizen Task Force, PTA Executive Board, and really received their input regarding this. And to summarize, a lot of their input, they didn't have any recommendations for revisions, but rather wanting to know what are we doing to support this particular area. And I'll go ahead and in the next slide speak to that. But really it was acknowledging our efforts to making sure we're providing a safe campus for our students, and really appreciating the fact that we are trying to be proactive and be prepared should this ever, should we ever be faced with this particular item on our campus. But now at this point, board, I would like to pause and to ask if you do have any comments or updates for any recommendations to the policy. If you would like to see something added to or revised, you can share that with me at this particular moment, or if you would like some more time to review the policy and then provide us with some feedback that we can take into consideration for any revisions for the next time we bring the policy back to the board.
So we're considering this as a first reading. So just to give you a chance to think through it, possibly community to weigh in if they want to, and then but the second reading is at the next board meeting where we want to try to approve it.
So I appreciate the proactiveness of this, and I know it's preventative, but have we had a opioid overdose on campus to where we were not able?
No, I'm looking at our Director of Health Services.
As far as we know, no. Okay, good. Thank you.
Board Member Mendoza?
I don't have any particular questions on this. Like Dr. Avila said, we did run this by the Superintendent's Advisory Council, so we had a pretty lengthy conversation at that meeting. So I don't have any kind of concerns or questions about this.
Board Member Armstrong?
I really will need to look at this even in more detail, but my main concern is always staffing. Like at first, I really do, and I know we have our 2 school nurses, right? We have 2 school nurses, but we have people sitting in, we have employees sitting in the nurse's office that is not even a certified nursing assistant. It's not a licensed vocational nurse. And that's what I'm fighting for. I am looking, that's first. We need to have a certified nursing assistant or a licensed vocational nurse in each school, in each school's nurse's office to begin with. And then we have this training. And then, you know, and make sure that they stay abreast on trainings for AED also, all of that. You know what I mean? So my thing is, like I said, I know for a fact, there's people sitting in a nurse's office that shouldn't be. So that's my issue is staffing. So.
Thank you for that comment, Ms. Armstrong. We have been able to expand and add an additional health coordinator position. So we are looking at our staffing needs across the district to support the health needs of our students.
Thank you very much. Only because they need to have some type of medical background, you know, just so that we won't be too liable. You know, it's like we have to be trained, and we shouldn't be performing anything that is beyond our discipline. That's all.
Maybe speak to the ability of school districts to implement this item before with non-nurses and all that. Maybe speak to that.
So this particular item can be administered by a teacher, an administrator, a health assistant. It would have to be, as long as they have been properly trained, they are able to administer this medication. But I believe, Ms. Armstrong, you're also speaking globally also. And so our Director of Health Services do work with our health coordinators, and our health coordinators do work with our health assistants and staff to administer health procedures, which depending on the procedure, they are able to, with being properly trained. There's certain procedures that would require the implementation of an LVN. There's certain procedures that would be required to be implemented by our end. And it just goes back to, we have to make sure that we are asking staff to do things within their credential and nothing beyond that, or else that could put us in a poor position. And then, is there anything else, Ms. Mann, that we would add to that?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, as far as with Narcan training, we recently just implemented that program. So we did training with all the health offices and with administrators. And then as far as AD training, we recently also had AD training with all of our health offices. And with epinephrine, we do that yearly with all of our health offices. So they're all very aware.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just had one question. I know you did the Narcan training. I had that training at my site as well. And for teachers, it was optional to opt in, to agree to administer. Are we doing something similar like that here?
Right now, we currently identified our administrators and health assistants. Those are the two classifications who would be able to administer the medication. Yes, it can be expanded further, but those are the two groups which we've currently identified.
Is there any plans on future expansion of that, and what is the timeline? Because the teachers are in the classroom with the kids, so it might be advantageous to get some teachers to agree to be, administrators as well.
Yes, we can look into that, Ms. Stewart, and discuss that further in cabinet as far as how we can implement that beyond those two groups.
Thank you.
Board Member Critchfield?
No, no questions.
So I'm looking at your administration of naloxone slide, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. One of the bullet points says you're going to be assuring the maintenance of training, inspection, and other program records. How will the inspections be carried out, and how often? Do you have an idea of that right now?
Yes, so we just implemented this program not very long ago. So I do have records and logs of the training, and I plan on doing it yearly as far as retraining, just like with EPIs and ADs. It's a yearly training, and then as far as with maintenance of naloxone, if we've not had to use any, but if we had to use any, they know, the health office know to report back to me, because there's an administration of record, and all of that has to be filled out, documented, and then I have to replace them.
So what's the shelf life of naloxone?
So it's, I believe it was 36 months, but it can be, as long as it's kept in room temperature, out of the sun, it can be expanded two more years, but at least 36 months.
Okay, so are we looking at those supplies
Yes.
within that timeline?
Yes, correct. So I have a log of when those expire so that I can get them replaced before that time. And same with our EPIs as well. I do that as well on a yearly basis.
Thank you. No more questions at this time. Thank you so much.
Okay. And just to expand on, because I know we're asked, what are we doing across the district to help to support this particular area? And as it was mentioned earlier today, and as and the board did approve a partnership with LA CADA, which is Los Angeles Center of Alcohol and Drug Abuse, and we've been able to expand that partnership beyond. Originally started at Bellflower Middle and High School. We've been able to expand that to Mayfair, Somerset, and our Bay campuses. The board has approved our partnership with Community Family Guidance to have mental health counseling support at our schools. We also have our Caring Connection provides needed assistance at all of our schools too, with accessing resources. At our PTA, they did remind me about the partnership that we have with them and all the work that they do really to promote a positive environment through the work of Red Ribbon Week. So I wanted to make sure I acknowledge that one, because I do appreciate their partnership and their support in our district. We've been able to expand and offer additional counselors at the elementary and secondary schools. We have our GLAD program as an alternative to expulsion. And and also in that particular area, I would like to be able to speak to a little bit more, because we have established a work group, and I know our staff has been working diligently to update the curriculum, to update the format of the program, and really add guest speakers and other aspects to that, and to add more restorative practices as part of that. We did bring a work group together of school counselors, administration, our deans, and it's also led by our program administrator of guidance, Ms. Stacy Williams, who's been working with them directly, and they've recommended some revisions and also want to rebrand it and refer to it as RISE, which is Restorative Intervention Equals Success in Education. And really wanting to add some additional elements to the program to really make sure it's engaging our students and helping them be more successful in this particular area. So I mentioned that. So now in regards to, based on the feedback that we're continuously hearing from our families and our students, is we want to, for next year, we want to add more guest speakers, student presentations, and parent workshops. We did offer 2 parent workshops this year in this particular topic as a district, one in person and one virtually. We brought in partnerships with the DEA, Community Family Guidance, and LA CADA to do a parent workshop. It wasn't as well as attended as we would like, but we'll continue to offer parent workshops in the future to really engage our parents, to make sure they're aware of what things are out there in the community and how to make sure they're working with schools to make sure kids are safe. In addition, we want to make sure we're adding additional interventions prior to students being referred to the RISE program. And then we want to continuously evaluate the needs of our students and how the district responds to them, whether it's through interventions, counseling, or even through our consequences that we also administer to students. We want to make sure we're looking at this at a global perspective and just continue evaluating what we're doing to support our students and working with families. So that's just an overview of the things that we are doing in the district right now to be supportive in this particular area to our students and families. So does the board have any additional questions that in this particular area?
I just want to say thank you, especially providing the workshops and trainings for the parents, because what we hear is that I know for a fact that you all offer these, trainings for the parents, because I get the notices, but then you get the notices and you don't have the turnout, but then you have the complaints that, you need the training. So it would be so nice. I'm not one to always give assignments, but it would be so nice for us to get feedback on when when you guys are offering these trainings and workshops. Let us know how many parents are really attending. And so when we get that, we say, well, we put it out virtual. We put it out in person, but only 10 people showed up out of our 10,000 families. You know what I mean? So, keep us abreast on that.
Yes, Mr. Armstrong. Well, but the feedback I did get from that first presentation that was in person is, Dr. Avila, if you make it virtual, we'll get more participation. And so we listening to our community, we did make it virtual. But I recognize we have families who are working, and we try to find it. We'll continuously try to work with our families to engage them in various ways. But we'll keep the board aware of the number of participants in these presentations moving forward.
Thank you. And you know what? Something else I do know sometimes I don't really know technology, but I know that you could. These trainings can be recorded, but I wouldn't know if you would be able to know who accessed it in their own time. You know what I mean? So virtual, in person, both times are no good. If they can access a recording, but we keep a track of it, then we can know. And so we have them. We got it. You can look at it anytime. You got virtual and you got in person, trying to cover all bases, because we work too hard. We work a little bit too hard to hear like you're not doing it. That's it.
Dr. Avila, how is it that we're getting the feedback?
And you mean in the policy development? Or in the parent workshops?
I'm sorry, the parent workshops.
Well, I did do the ones that attended. As part of the slide, we did a QR code for them to scan and to give feedback on the presentation. But it was very limited number of attendees.
Okay, so when you're getting the feedback, are you getting an email kind of?
It's through Google, and so when they scan it, it's a Google form. If I'm describing Google properly, and then we'll get an email notification. Not even I get the Excel summary, and then myself and Ms. Williams will look at the data and see where we can make adjustments, and then plan for future trainings.
Is it a possibility to include maybe a question about, can you provide your email? Just because to kind of like track it, like Board Member Armstrong is saying. Perhaps if they go in, maybe we can track it through their email?
Yes, Ms. Garza, or I can understand that, but there are times where we do want to remain people anonymous so they can provide true input. But I guess we can always look at how depending on the topic, if it's something that they would feel comfortable providing their emails, we can leave that or make it an optional field or something. I have to work with staff on that because I'm not the resident expert on Google surveys, but I do know we need to just continuously evaluate the needs of our communities, and that's usually the form we go through it.
Yes, thank you for the reminder that some people do want it private. I believe Any other questions or comments?
May I use the point of privilege again?
Yes.
Sorry.
So I just
Granted.
would like to add just thank you to our Director of Health Services, Tui Fan, our Program Administrator, Stacy Williams, for their help and assistance in this area, and the staff who are involved in the work in our GLAD program. Thank you.
I believe that brings us to our public hearings. And we do not have a public hearing this evening. So we'll go on to the approval of minutes, the next item of business. Do I have a motion to approve agenda 10.1.1, approval of minutes?
Yeah,
April
you have
20
that motion.
Second.
Second.
roll call.
Who gave a second?
I went first.
Board Member Armstrong, second.
I made the motion.
Oh, sorry. Mendoza.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza?
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye. So let's move on to consent agenda. Do the board members have requests to withhold an agenda item tonight? I believe that Board Member Stewart is going to be pulling item 10.3.2.7. 2.7. As soon as she steps in. Are there any other items that we're pulling tonight? I actually want to pull myself. Item 10.3.5.4, purchase orders for approval. 10.3.5.4, purchase orders for approval. Any other items? Perfect. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda and withhold items 10.3.2.7 and 10.3.5.4. Are there any other items that were pulled? Do I have a second to approve the
Second.
questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Board Member Mendoza?
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong?
Aye.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye. The next item of business is the items that were withheld from the consent agenda. The agenda item withheld tonight is agenda item 10.3.2.7. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
And 10.3.5.4. Do I have a motion?
I make the motion.
Second.
Questions or comments? Roll call.
Sorry, I do have a comment. I pulled this item. Again, we've been celebrating all of our employees. We've celebrated our teachers and our CSCA workers. And I just wanted to pull this item to, again, celebrate our administrators. We have some amazing administrators, yes. We as a board, we ask for a lot from our executive cabinet, and they're always providing things with us, and they're doing a great job. Our administrators, the administrators that I have seen and that I have worked with and visited the schools have been amazing, and so I'm just really excited that you guys are also being valued, and we're paying you comparable wages to our neighboring districts. So thank you for everything you do. Your leadership is amazing, and so I'm just happy to celebrate you guys tonight as well. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Perfect. I think we all echo those comments. Roll call.
Board Member Mendoza?
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong?
Aye.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Hold on,
Aye.
sorry. Hold on. Yes, I'm sorry. One more item. My fault. I want to get us all out of here soon. I forgot.
Point of order.
Point of,
Point of order, wouldn't
Point
we
of
vote on this one and then go to the next item
Yeah.
that was pulled?
yeah. Yeah, we had it right.
It's okay,
One at
we're
a
tired.
time.
You're getting tired. You're getting tired.
So was the motion for 2 items at once?
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. So, roll call.
Board Member Mendoza?
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong?
Aye.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye. Thank you. The next item withheld is 10.3.5.4, right? So I have a question on the POs regarding Eric Bathen. So can someone please explain what were the services rendered for the amount that's on our current PO? And the dates that he provided these services, please?
President Garza, what page is that?
Point of order, Ms. Garza? Can we get a first and a second before questions?
Sorry. May I have a roll call? Or
I
go first.
motion.
Motion?
Motion.
A second.
Thank you.
No. Roll call. No.
Point of order. They had no roll call. Comments. Yeah.
Questions or comments? Yes. Just go with my gut. Okay. So it's actually, yes. Thank
Page
you.
14.
So I'm going to just restate my questions. So on our PO, currently we have Eric Bathen providing services. I would like to know exactly what's the timeline for this invoice that we have in front of us, and what services are we, and perhaps not all of that can be disclosed at this point. How are we tracking those hours?
So we get monthly invoices from any of our firms that we work with, so we could provide you a copy of that invoice, and it would have the breakdown of the hours for those services.
So what time period does that cover?
That also, we'd have to look at the detailed PO there, so I could get that information to you and provide that information.
It would have to be this year. It would have to be this year. I know his office is finalizing a few things that he was involved in before. I believe there's probably 1 or 2.
We're still dealing with a few cases that we're trying to resolve, and his firm is currently supporting the district in those particular areas. And we also use him for some historical information that we would need to have that awareness of as we move forward in supporting our students and staff.
And then to answer your question, moving forward, I know you guys are approving vendors for the following year. You'll notice his office is no longer a part of the next vendor list because we have new legal counsel and all that. So this is a matter about just clearing out the rest of the stuff that he used to do. But our plans are not to continue with that firm moving. Well, we stopped most of it already. It's just like the few lingering things that we couldn't just hand off to somebody else. like that. He's finalizing those things.
So how often does he submit a PO?
So his invoices are submitted monthly. The PO, remember when POs are open, they are opened for the fiscal year based on the limited amount that is approved on that, but invoices are sent monthly.
So just as, to clarify, this $32,680 is for the whole fiscal year?
No, it would not be for the whole fiscal year. However, I don't want to give you misinformation without having the invoice right in front of me. And the PO, though, it could be for 1 month, it could be for 2 months. But I'd have to look exactly at those, the breakdown of those invoices.
Okay. So he does send invoices on a monthly basis?
Sorry?
Invoices are received from him on a monthly basis?
That is correct.
Okay. So when we receive these invoices, are these, when we go ahead and pay them out, are they going to his law firm, and then is he, because I know that he has someone who he partners with, is this also to pay his partner that he works with, or is this just for his legal services?
That is correct. We pay him directly, and then it would be his responsibility based on the payment he receives to pay partners that work under his firm. That is correct.
Do we also get a log of hours for his partner?
Yes, the invoices provide a breakdown in regards to the services that are being provided for their firm directly. So at the bottom, it talks about how the bottom of the invoices provide a breakdown of whether it's partner or paralegal services.
Thank you. If staff can please provide that information.
Sure.
Thank you so much. And also, if we can be provided with a contract of our new legal counsel, please, both, because I believe we have two, correct?
If I may, just for clarification, I might have just kind of been not in my sharpest, but did you say that we're not renewing our contract with Eric Bathen for the next year?
Yes, yes. So we're just he's finalized the last few things that he's worked on for years, or this year, I guess years. The ones that we were able to hand off to the new legal counsel, we did. It's just the ones that there's a few that we couldn't just let go because we would incurred more money had we allowed that to occur. So we just said, go ahead and finish these things with our monitoring, and then, but for the moving forward for starting with the 23-24 school year, we have new legal counsel that we're using.
Yeah, it's because I looked at the contract listings and agreements, and on page 67 it says Eric Bathen, attorney, and then renewal for 23-24 on page 67.
Could that be because could I'm just asking? Could that be because see we could have him
Correct.
right now, just in case we need him, to finish up in the 23-24 school year, but after that, no more assignments.
Unless maybe Saloma, you can correct me. We have that there in order to be able to pay him with his unfinished work, correct?
That is correct. That is correct. And what Mrs. Armstrong said, that is correct in regards to being able to discontinue services at any time when they are not needed. Most of our contracts with any of our legal firms talk about being able to discontinue those services within 30 days if needed. But that is why he is on there, to be able to finish any of those unfinished service cases that he is currently working that we may see go into the next fiscal year.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Mr. Sorega, a question for you. If we provide a document that says that the board has approved to separate its relationship with Mr. Bathen going forward, is that applicable on the date that he receives it, or will he be able to finish out those pieces that we need to just kind of cap off?
So that's actually up to the board. If the board wants to switch counsel in the middle of litigative matter or any other type of matter, they're more than, at liberty to do so. That's a decision that the board has to make. The issue with changing counsel in the middle of a matter is that generally new counsel coming in is coming into, what could be a situation they're not familiar with. They're not familiar with some of the history. So there's some catching up to do, which would kind of add to the cost of the litigation. But at the end of the day, that power is reserved for the board to make that decision at their discretion.
What is the timetable and how long do we think he's going to be continuing on? Because if we had to go 2023, 2024, that sounds like he's going to be here for a while. If we couldn't get that in with that contract.
It depends on the matters that he's working on. If the matter goes on for the next 3 years, you'll be on that matter for 3 years, or as long as you keep him there. So again, that decision is left up to the board, and you can decide to go either way on it.
So there's not you guys know what he's doing. There's not an anticipated timetable. The range is up to 3 years.
So without disclosing anything in closed session or that, you guys know how these things go, right? You know, we try to settle certain things, and we go back and forth, and they come back. What if some of those cases we were discussing, for example, in closed session, continue on? What he's saying is you can either say cut bait now or bring in new counsel. Which will probably, the way I'm looking at it is, if the case is here and we're 95% done, I didn't want to bring in a new counsel midway to say, while they're there, and then this counsel has to start all over. It just costs more. So the calculation I'm looking at is, how close are they to the end? And can we just go on and write it out to the end? And then also given the context of what the knowledge that has to be gained from the new counsel to address that is the calculus. But like I say, like the counsel said, absolutely, if the board says, nope, cut this off and all that, and we don't want it, we can certainly do that. What I try to do is try to be logical about the situation, knowing where we are in each case. And then, like I said, he's not getting any new ones. The ones that are, I would say 75% towards the end, I've closed that off and passed on to new counsel. But it's the ones that are real close, or the ones that are pretty complex, that we need to kind of finalize. Like the case we discussed today, that's a complex one, and I didn't want to have to start new counsel with information from years on in that we've been working on. That's just a lot of stuff we got to deal with. So, but the other cases we've had other situations that you've seen in the emails that whether it be about perp cases or this and that, we moved off of that and try to bring new legal counsel in.
Madam President, if I may, so it'd be your recommendation if we say, and again, we all have to be very careful of how we talk about this, but if we were really close to, wrapping that up, you would say it would be advantageous to just allow to finish. But if that wasn't the case and it was going to take a long time, you would consider the advantages of switching over?
Consider the complexity of what we're dealing with. Like I said, going back to what we discussed, that's a complex situation.
Right.
And multiple issues going back to several years back before all of us were here. So it's just to bring in a new counseling on that. I just don't think I think that's a waste of money and resources and energy. So.
Could we possibly get a better idea of what that financial cost would be from our current legal counsel of what that would look like? I'm sure it'd be an estimate, but I mean, I'm sure cases switch over all the time, right? Don't want to spend money for no reason, but I think this is one of those things that I feel like is always kind of there and for a long time, and the board's given a sense of direction, and it's just kind of getting to that point where these lingering things are just not wrapping up. So I'd like to see some action taken in one way or the other at some point.
Okay.
That'd be my feeling on it.
Like, for example, telling me, I don't care what your thoughts on my reservations, just make it happen. Yeah, we have the ability, you have the ability to do that. So I guess what I'm saying is there are some cases, the ones that the staff have come to me and said, kick this one to a new legal counsel. Let's finish this one out. Let's write this out and monitor it, is what I'm looking at. In terms of his salary and payments and all that to break down, we would have to look at the invoices and stuff they turned in to see, okay, did they meet for an hour here? What did they do here? Yeah, we have the ability to be able to look at that and see what they're doing.
Is it a possibility, I'm sorry, is it a possibility to have our current legal counsel join Mr. Bathen so that way he can start getting abreast of what's going on, get a picture for the layout, the environment, and expedite it?
Okay. Sure. I guess that's assuming that expediting it is a natural course that was going to happen even with new counsel, or that Botham is not proceeding forward at the pace that is required. So that's the assumption there. If it is, yeah, that can happen. But what if the legal counsel comes in and says, the Botham will continue to finish it, but the new legal counsel is learning about this case. Now we got two legal counsels on the same case, us paying both, right? So if I was to say, well, you come in and trained, come in and learn the new cases, and then once you're ready to take over, we pull them away, that will make sense, but that goes back to what I was saying earlier. We have the ability to do that. Is it prudent to do that now or not? You guys have a lot more experience with this guy than I do. I think what I'm coming in from an objective, not that you're not. What I see is happening and what could happen and not happen, and us bringing in new counsel in any time, it's within our ability. It's just, is it going to be a waste, or should we just let it ride it out? Is really the next question. But I can go back and look at those cases and bring in new legal counsel to look at it, and they can weigh in on the counsel that we have right now. They're pretty straightforward, as you can see. They don't hold anything back. If they think that we're making a mistake, they'll tell us that. But we have the ability to still override that if we wanted to.
Would you please, have staff or yourself get together with our current counsels and report back to us what are our best options going forward? Should we have one of our current counsels, continue to work with Bathen so that way we can expedite it and make that transition? Should we just let Bathen go ahead and finish this out?
Okay.
What are our options at this point?
Got it.
Thank you.
I'll get on that as soon as possible.
President Garza, I'm also wondering, are we allowed to get the information of what cases are being handled and what percentage we think we're at? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, we can. I think that's naturally going to happen with my process I'm about to engage in. So I got to find out where we are, and then I'll be able to come back to all of you and say, this is the case they're working on. This is how far they are. This is what it would take to catch up and get a new legal counsel. We'll have a breakdown of the finances and all that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
I had one more question. I'm sorry. On purchase orders, there was one that I was looking at, and it was something for the STEAM building. Do all of these, are they all coming out of our general fund? Are some of these bonds or some of these like grants, like how would we know where this money comes from in these purchase orders?
You could always request a copy of that purchase order for us to share with you where that funding comes from. But to answer your question, it's multiple funding. It's basically everything that has been approved as part of the budget. And in that budget, you've got multiple different funds, which include the general fund, include our categorical, all of our different funding programs that we have.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Roll call?
Board Member Mendoza?
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong?
Aye.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye. Informational items. Does the board have any questions regarding the informational items this evening? Wonderful. Board member, student member, staff comments. Dr. Draudi, do you have any communications this evening?
Communications, sorry. Yep.
Thank you. It's time for Board of Education members and student member communications and reports. Let's begin with Board Member Mendoza.
Hello. Before I start, sorry for taking so long on the nutrition with the nutrition questions. I didn't time myself, so I'll be more conscious of letting you guys speak next time around. Okay. So I haven't gotten the chance to speak directly to you all since early last month. Last time around, I didn't know that we had board members updates, so I didn't write one. So there's a lot that's happened since the last time I got to speak. But tonight, I'm just going to talk about what I think are the most important subjects for me to talk about. So first off, I attended the Bellflower Unified School District Choral Festival. The event was kind of like the ultimate family reunion for one of my favorite performing arts communities. And I was really moved by the whole experience. The Choral Festival is apparently a long-standing tradition. It just was cut off by the pandemic. But this is my first time attending one. And the performances were beautiful. It was really special to see like Mr. Ron Williams, who I did like an elementary school chorus show with, and then also with Mr. Shu, who was my guitar teacher at Mayfair in my freshman year, but now is at Bellflower, and then obviously Gina Holcomb. It was just cool seeing them all together. It was even cooler to see my friends from Bellflower watch my friends from Mayfair perform, and my Mayfair friends watch the Bellflower kids perform. Like, it was cool seeing worlds collide there, and I'm just tremendously proud of all of those performers. I know they do a lot of work in and outside that program. A lot of them are campus leaders. So towards everyone who made it possible, thank you. The event moved me to tears. And thanks to the cabinet members who attended for cramming together in that row of seats so I could sit down with you guys. After the event, I met with Mayfair History Club advisor, Mrs. Jamie Garvin. We're postponing the Carpenter House Museum project. We postponed it until after AP testing. AP testing has just ended though, so we will be resuming work in the coming weeks. And I'll share whatever updates I have with that project with you guys as soon as we pick up again. 10 days ago was May 1st. That means that BUSD seniors who planned on attending a college or university have now officially committed to attending one school. This season can be kind of difficult for people who didn't get the acceptances they were hoping for, but it can also be really a joyous time for seeing, your friends that worked really hard get into the college they want to get into. I myself have committed to attending the University of California, Merced. Dr. Jody scared me about Merced just before this meeting. He was telling me all about that area.
We're in a board meeting, man.
Oh, okay, never mind. While I am still hoping UC Riverside can admit me from their wait list, I am perfectly content with the next chapter of my life being spent in the Central Valley. I was a little upset. I couldn't join a lot of my close friends who were going to UCLA. Like, a lot of them are all going to UCLA. I have a UCLA water bottle right here, okay? I really wanted to go. Okay. But my English teacher, Mrs. Christy Brown, she shared a few words with me that kind of helped me come to terms with having to go over there. She said that sometimes it's up to someone to leave on a mission, away from home, so that they can come back with a special kind of experience and do a job only they can do back home. So that's how I'm trying to view this departure, and I think this home is in good hands. I think all of you guys are going to take care of it while I'm away. So one last event I attended was Congressman Robert Garcia's student art show at the Long Beach Museum of Art. I was happy to see Vice President Critchfield in attendance, and I was delighted to see 2 Bellflower High School students there with their pieces. It was my first meeting with the congressman. I was unable to meet with him when the rest of the board met with him at Bellflower High School because I had school that day, but I think we have a great congressperson to work with, and I'm happy that you guys have already established a relationship with him. Lastly, I'd like to speak on the future of the student board member position in Bellflower. So this has been the second meeting since I've met with, the second board meeting since I've met with board leadership and the superintendent to propose the new comprehensive structure with student leadership with another fellow student leader, Alyssa Klein. At the end of that meeting, it was my understanding that the board was going to revise our policy on student board members in one of these public board meetings, although these have been packed, and I understand there hasn't been any time for that. But I am coming to the end of my term, and I'm pretty sure this next meeting, the May 25th one, is my last as an official BUSD student. So I don't think it's ever been clear when my term ends, but I definitely want to tackle this before my term ends. So if I'll be speaking to Dr. Jody after this about what that next meeting's going to look like. But I am excited. A lot of students have talked about coming to actually speak on that one because I told my friends about it, and they told their friends, and I think we might have a lot of students at that meeting when we're talking about student board members. So that's it for me, and I will pass this off to my colleagues.
Thank you, Board Member Mendoza. Board Member Armstrong?
I just want to just make one announcement in that I'm going to graduate from my water education class. So I'll be graduating May 24th. So yay me. And I don't know when our president is going to start her program, but it's going to be so much fun, and we're going to talk about it. And who knows, we may have other board members that want to join us as fellows. So, but anyway, yay me. So more to come on that, though, after my graduation. I will be putting on an event, and they're, leading me the whole way. So you guys will hear more. All of this hard work is going to come. You guys are going to be able to see it if you so wish. All right, that's it.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member Stewart?
Good evening. So I've had a pretty rough week. I've been dealing with some personal issues. My dad's in the hospital, and amongst a lot of trauma that's been going on. So I was only able to get to 4 events, which may sound like a lot, but it's not a lot for me. I like to go to more places. I do want to say thank you to, it's National School Nurses Day, so thank you to all of our nurses and all of the nurses everywhere. My dad has amazing nurses right now, so thank you to everything that for everything that you guys do. The first thing I did was I attended the WHO Awards with 3 of my board colleagues and with my colleagues from Bellflower Unified and Paramount Unified. Congratulations to Bellflower's Dr. Robinson and Paramount's Maria Lopez on their awards for the evening. Also, congratulations to BTA President Linda Atkins-Ard on her retirement award. And, of course, happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Excuse me, I just want to let you guys all know how much I appreciate you and everything that you guys do for our kids and our families. I attended the PTA Honors Banquet with President Garza. This was a very special event. The Bellflower High School band and the choir were outstanding. I was just thankful for all of the award winners and volunteers who volunteer their time to help our families. PTA worked so hard, and they just had a beautiful and amazing event, so I appreciate being invited to celebrate their members. I attended open house at Ramona. I really enjoyed the staff at Ramona. Miss Whitney is a great leader. My daughter loves her. She was my daughter's vice principal at Bellflower High School when she went there. So I've heard amazing things about her, but I actually got to see her right there doing it, and she's just an amazing leader at our site. They had great energy. They had realistic views on education. We discussed IEPs, discipline, projects, and curriculum, and I just loved their vision on that. They work together, and they have a really nice combination of veteran teachers and new teachers. So that was pretty awesome to see. The kids were so engaged. Their new teachers were just doing a really good job. I never would have guessed that they were new teachers. Just looking at their classroom environment and the way that they handled themselves, they did an amazing job. Their classrooms were beautiful. I enjoyed the fresh new ideas. The teachers, they just were very tech savvy, and I love seeing that. And I really love the student projects. They had amazing projects across the curriculum and across grade levels, and I love how they worked and collaborated together for those projects. I love their climate and culture. I could really tell because they had so many of their old students come back. And for me, that's a huge indication of teachers making connections, doing great things for our community. So I really loved seeing all those students come back, and I really appreciated that visit. I think Ramona's doing an amazing job, so thank you for everything that you're doing. And last, I attended a meeting with our labor partners, CSCA. I met with President Michelle Cuellar and their new labor rep. I'm going to mess his name up, and he already knows I'm going to, but it's Do Toon. And so I just enjoyed listening to their positives, their concerns, and learning more about their contract and our personal commission. It's 144 pages, so I've yet to get to read all of it, but I will. And just our employees are important to our district, and we should be hearing from them every meeting in an employee representative report, which most districts have. And I've been recommending this, and I think it should happen. Our employees should have a representative report where they are able to bring the positive and concerns to our board so that we can listen to them. They represent a lot of employees. So I hope that at some point in my term here that we can get that done. And I just hope it can be implemented in the future. Again, thank you again to all of our administrators. I am so happy for your raise, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. Board Member Critchfield.
Thank you all for sticking around. The great thing about sitting up here is I can see all of you, and there's at least 6 of you have fallen asleep at one point tonight. I'm not going to call you out, but you know who you are. So it's been a busy month, but just a couple of the highlights. With Board Member Mendoza, we went to Robert Garcia's first annual Congressional Art Competition, and congrats to Melanie and Journey Johnson from Bellflower High School. They made some awesome pieces of art, and it was great to see how they're going to be displaying that. I believe they're going to be displaying it in Bellflower City Hall, maybe? That's what the congressman had said. So that'll be really cool. They were really excited, the students. Lindstrom Open House was great. Dr. Rios did a fantastic job. Dr. Robinson, as always, great job. And I'm excited about the STEAM. We've done about 3 plugs for the event. I'll give one more. I'm excited about the STEAM building ribbon cutting on Monday. That's gonna be super cool. And then also, many of you probably don't know this, but I have a very special daughter, and it's been a very exciting couple weeks because she had cancer, and we have our annual MRIs, and it came back all clear. So super exciting. That weighs pretty heavy every year, and it just feels great once that's over. And speaking of which, my own plug, June 4th, there's a walk for kids for the Ronald McDonald House, and we have a Victory for Victoria. We have a big team, so if you want to come out, support a good cause, June 4th, Shoreline Village, it's going to be great. Also, I want to say thoughts are with our colleague who's not here tonight. I know she's not feeling well, so Dr. Alhassan, I hope she feels better. She has a valuable voice, and I'm sure she would have loved to hear everything that we heard tonight and be able to chime in. So, and then also thank you to my colleague, Madam Clerk Stewart, because you didn't have to be here tonight for all the things that you're going through, but you showed up anyway, and just very proud to be your colleague, and thank you for your dedication. That's all.
Okay, you guys are going to make me cry. So I was able to attend open house on the north side. My apologies to Southside Schools. I did not make it that day. I had a previous engagement. But looking forward to being there next school year. Also attended the WHO Awards to celebrate Dr. Robinson, and also the union president, Linda Armstrong. Congratulations to both. And the PTA Honorary Service Awards as well. That was a really, really nice event. Thank you so much for inviting us. We get to see, how involved our parents are, and a lot of these things that we do and that we give to our kids doesn't happen without them. We need their help. We need their support. So it was really, really nice to see them. So thank you. And then also, happy Teacher Appreciation Week. A lot of us here, some of us on the board are teachers, and we educators, we understand, what it means to be in education, specifically around these, times. It seems like it's just getting a little bit harder and harder every time. But very happy. I know, my fellow board members here who are educators, to be and give that service. And just wanted to also make sure that you were appreciated and that you know that you are. So thank you so much to all our teachers. And I believe soon we'll be doing CSCAs, classifieds. I'm not sure if that came up or not, but we'll address that then. So thank you so much for everybody attending. Agree. Thank you for sticking with us. That's the end of my report. If the board will not be, actually, if there is no objection to this meeting, is adjourned at 10:25 p.m. until the regular board meeting to be held Thursday, May 25th, 2023.
You should send a letter to all